All right. Welcome back to the cafe. It's a late one tonight, guys. Busy family day. But I'm back. And I'm back with y'all again to close out the weekend the right way, guys. I hope everybody's having a wonderful weekend and an end to it, a wonderful Sunday. It's great to be back with you guys. Guys, tonight we're going to be looking into the Carly Gregg case. Wow, is all I can say. It's just wow. I really wanted to share this with you. I'm sure a lot of you probably already know about this, but wow, again. So we're gonna jump in here and take a look at this. We may just get into the beginning of it. I don't know, but we're gonna talk about it, look at it, and see what you guys think of it. Thank you guys so very much for joining me tonight, guys. Please make sure to hit the like button when you come through that door. Share this out to anybody you think might be interested in talking about this case tonight. And please make yourselves comfortable. Grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Come on in here, sit down, please. Have a conversation with me. Thank you to the Blue Crew once again for being here. I appreciate you all so very much. We all know that I could not, would not, nor should not ever try to do this without these amazing peeps. That being said, I think it's time to get this show on the road. Here we go. Hey. What is going on, all you meatballs? It is great to see you all here again. Thank you guys so very much for joining me tonight. Sorry, guys. I don't know what I'm doing with these little camera angle things. It's so great to be back with you guys tonight. I hope you're all having an amazing night. I hope you all had an amazing day. It was great to have you guys here for the morning show this morning. I enjoyed that greatly. Thank you all so very much for being there. Those of you that were. And those of you that weren't, I hope to see you in tomorrow's morning show. Meatballs in the morning, having a cup of joe with Doodle and Dago. I think it's always a good time. And if not, we will make it that way. So, again, everybody, thank you for joining me tonight. I hope everybody's in good health, doing well, and having an amazing night. Amazing people deserve amazing things such as yourselves. So, thank you again, and welcome to all you beautiful peeps. Great to have you here. Again, I want to say I've been very pleased with the morning shows, guys. Doodlebug is amazing. She's great. I cannot wait to be able to do the morning show with Doodle and Mama Bear. I miss Mama Bear something fierce. She's been working so much, guys, but hopefully she'll be able to join us here relatively soon. That's going to be even more fun if we can get the both of them up there with me. That is going to be awesome. I cannot wait. But Doodlebug, guys, please, if you can, go check out Doodle's channel. She went and had a live show tonight. She did awesome because she's awesome. And again, I'm just super ecstatic that she takes time out of her days to join me for that. It means everything to me. Really does. So thank you, Doodle. And thank you all for supporting her as well. As much as I appreciate you all supporting Mama Bear and Miss Sherry, Wisdom Speaks, Molly, and all these other amazing creators that are part of this team over here in this community, this family. I love them all, and I love you all. And I appreciate you all so very much for that. Speaking of, let's see who we got in here with us this evening. It is, of course, speaking of, the amazing and awesome Doodlebug. Good to see you, Miss Doodle. Matahari's in the house. Welcome back, Matahari. Great to see you, Miss Paula. Welcome back to you. Cassie is in the house. Hello, Miss Cassie. There's the link for Miss Doodle. Thank you, Cass. Come on down. Let's see who else do we have. Mikey's in the house. Welcome back, brother. Good to see you tonight. Great to have you here. Dana, Pup and Stuff. Welcome. Good to have you. Good to see you. Steven's Adventure. Welcome back, brother. Good to see you tonight. I hope you're having a great night as well. Miss Sherry Wisdom Speaks in the house. Miss Sherry, such a lovely lady. She is like the channel mother. She's the mother of all of us in some senses. We got Mama Bear. We got Mama Duck. We got Mom, Mind of Monsters, but Miss Sherry is the channel mother, in my opinion. She kind of watches over all of us and makes sure that we are doing the right things, and she's just got a huge heart, and we love Miss Sherry. And Sherry, thank you so much for being part of this family. I cannot thank you enough for being here. She's been here a long time, guys, as a lot of you have. So we love you, Sherry, and thank you again. I just want you to know you're appreciated. Miss Trish Crow, welcome back. Good to see you tonight. Alicia J's in the house. Welcome, Alicia. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Let me see. Miss Delta's in the house. Hey, Miss Delta. I hope you're not working too hard, lady. Thank you for being here tonight. Bobby, old dude, I love this guy's name, and I love this guy himself. I'm proud to have you here, sir. Proud to have you as part of this community. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. I do appreciate you. Let's see here. Where are we? Let me see. Come on down. Let's see. All right, Miss Zelda, I see you there. I hope everybody's getting there. See, this is what YouTube's being mean to me. That's what it is. YouTube is being mean to me. There's no two ways to look at it. That's all I can say. Let's see. People aren't getting notifications. I keep being told that. By the way, Doodle, I'm so sorry I didn't make your show. I promise you I will get there. When I left this show today, my family had already gotten here, and I had the whole day was a grandkids day, so that's what I did. I didn't even get a chance to look at my phone, so I'm so sorry, Doodle. You deserved me to be there. I should be supporting you 100%, so I'm so sorry. Let me see. Show. One moment, guys. I'm trying to make sure some people that may not be getting notifications are getting them. Yeah, I gotta figure out what I gotta do to keep YouTube from being mean to me for a while. Somehow. I don't know what I didn't do nothing. I've been nice to them. They're just not being nice to me. I don't understand. Walt Harris. It's me, Dago. It's good to see you, sir. Miss Kel never fails. Miss Kel, great to see you. Very happy to have you here tonight, dear. Just know I'm watching you, Miss Kel. I'm watching you. You're here every time I go live. I'm just saying. I'm in the McDonald's drive-thru under the guise of getting skimmed. Okay. Thank you for that info, Walt. Walt always has some most interesting information to hand out to us when he comes in here. It looks like we got 36 beautiful people in here tonight with 27 likes, guys. Let's try to make that match. You know what would be great, guys? If we could get this in an algorithm, that would be so wonderful. So share it out if you will. Please. Thank you so very much. I do appreciate you guys so much. You guys got to get tired of hearing me say it, but I do. I can't stress how much I do. Welcome, Brady B, the OG. Good to see you tonight, dear. Tomboy's in the house with your little pink hands. I see ya. Let's see. I just saw somebody else that I didn't see the first time. And where did they go? Where did you go? That's right, Miss Zelda. Real life first. They wouldn't have let me. I could have tried with them here, but nope. No. They wanted my full attention today. Both of them did. And it was like, okay, whatever. We were doing Halloween crafts, painting up these little wooden things that my son likes to pick up for them. Things like that. So, yeah, it's fun stuff today. Welcome, Sunshine. It's wonderful to see you here tonight. Welcome to all the meatballs here, guys. And I'm noticing, guys, that there's a lot of blue peeps in here. Not as many meatballs. We need more green. I love the color green, guys. Look around, you can tell. We need more meatballs. So if you're interested at all in becoming a meatball and being part of this family, come on, y'all. We can do that. We got plenty of room in this pot. Full of sauce to have more of you meatballs jump on in here with us. Please. Check it out if you will. If we could drop the link for the memberships for anybody that's interested. It doesn't cost much at all, folks. I wish I could make it cheaper, but it won't let me. But I think it's only $2.99 a month or something like that. If you want to become a member, think about it, if you will. And if you have not subscribed yet, please do. And please check it out, guys. I think most people that come in here, a lot of the people that I have in here have been here a long time, as you'll see. And thank you, Miss Sherry. There it is right there. There's that link. If you want to become a meatball and jump into sauce with the rest of us, come in here on a daily basis and spill sauce. As we talk, people say they spill tea. We spill sauce, guys. It tastes better. Just saying. That's the link to do it. And we got plenty of room for you. And we would love to have you. Thank you so much. Miss Wisdom. Speaking of members, Miss Cass just dropped a membership, and that looks like that went to Walt Harris. Congrats, brother. Not you were already in here, but it's great to have you back. And for those of you that are on an iPhone and might have some issues getting a membership, you gotta click on that link right there, Miss Delta put in here for us, and that'll take you right into how to become a member if you're on an iPhone, because I know it gives problems sometimes. So thank you, Zelda, for that. And it looks like Miss Cassie just dropped another one. What are you doing, Miss Cass? What do we got here? And Miss Dana Pup and Stuff. Welcome to the sauce. Congrats. Thank you so much, Cassie. God bless. And Miss Kel dropped a membership, and it looks like Amethyst Noor. Welcome back to the sauce, Amethyst. I appreciate you very much. It's been a while since we've seen you. And we've missed you. I promise you we have. I've seen a lot of older faces I haven't seen here in a while. I don't mean old that way, like old friends that used to be in here with us. Thank you again so much, Kel. I appreciate that so much. And welcome back, Amethyst. I've been seeing that lately over the past 2 weeks, probably. A lot of old friends that we haven't seen in a while. And I got to tell you, it moves me and it hits me right in the heart. It's wonderful to see you guys coming back in here. We've missed you all, and I really do appreciate you all so very much. And I hope that you guys choose to stick around. It's wonderful to see you. Crystal Williams, welcome back to you tonight. All right. Crystal Williams, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Miss Crystal's been here every single day, guys. Every live. It's wonderful to have you here. Wonderful to see you tonight. Miss Paula just dropped a membership herself. And that went to Freya, another name that hasn't been around in a while. Welcome back, Freya. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. I do appreciate you. And that goes to all of you. Thank you for being part of this fam. I do appreciate you all. I gotta stop saying it, guys. I say it so much. I sound like a broken record. But I do. I really do. I'll tell you one thing, guys. If I didn't have this channel to come to do what I do, Yeah, I'd lose my mind completely. This is therapy for me. It really is. Again, thank you, Miss Paula, for that, and congrats, Freya, and welcome back. We appreciate you very much. That is so awesome. Welcome, Miss Taylor. Hey, hey, another great creator in here. Thank you again, Miss Taylor, for having me on your show the other night. It was a lot of fun. I appreciate you very much. There's another great channel, Mind of Monsters, our mom, we call her. There's a link to her awesome channel, guys. Go check her out if you have not yet. Please subscribe. Show some support over there because she does some amazing things, a lot like the rest of these awesome creators in here. Come on, come on, come on in, everybody. Again, there's Doodlebug. All right. Thank you guys so much for that. Just giving it just a couple minutes, guys, to see if we get any other people. We got 50 people in here, 37 likes, and I appreciate each and every single one of you guys. Thank you for joining us tonight. I'm going to find another word. I'm tired. The word appreciate just seems to fall out of my mouth now, and it's got to get old, you guys. I'm telling you. Subscribe. Yes, like do what Cassie says. Don't make Cassie mad. She's a little pushy. She's saying to subscribe to Taylor there at that link right there with Taylor with Stitch and Bitch and True Crime. You don't want to mess with Cassie, guys. She's a little rough. She is. She will get you. I would listen to her if I was you all. Let's see. Welcome, Moon Lover. Welcome. Good to have you here. The Mischief Pariah's in the house. Oh, we're about to find out, Mischief. What's her story? Oh, it's a crazy one for sure. Welcome, Mischief. It's great to see you tonight. 50 people and 30 likes. What's going on with that, folks? Listen, if anything, just pretend like you like me for a couple hours if you can. After that, no worries. No worries. But thank you so much. Hit that like button, guys, if you will. And oh my goodness, what do we have here? Is it working? Can you hear me, Mom? There she is. That was weird. Are you there?
What?
There she is.
Can you hear me?
I can. Hello.
Hello.
There it is. I was waiting. I knew he was going to do it. I love it. Welcome and thank you for joining me. Robert Bell. Hello, my friend. Another good old friend we haven't seen in a minute. Welcome back, sir. It's great to see you tonight. Wonderful to have you here. Yes, I missed you today, Mom. You weren't in the morning one, so, and I know it was early. You were probably sleeping. I know a lot of people were probably sleeping. That was my fault, but you're here tonight. That's what matters. And welcome. It's great to have you here.
Yeah, I'm sorry I missed it. Like I slept like a rock apparently.
Well, obviously you needed it, and that's good.
I woke up at like 1:30 and I was like, "Oh snap!" And then missed the whole damn day.
You was sleeping. Good for you. Good. Well, see, when I've done that I don't usually ever sleep past 10. That's the latest for me that I ever would sleep. One day I slept at 1:30 and I woke up and I'm looking around going, what the hell? How? And my wife said, just hush. You obviously needed it or you wouldn't have done it. And I said, well, that's true. That's true. So yeah, that's how I look at that. Yes, Miss Dana, you are now a meatball. Welcome to the sauce. I think Miss Cassie donated a membership to you. So congrats. Welcome to the sauce. It's great to have you here. And again, guys, as you're coming through that door, please hit the like button, if you will. I do appreciate you very much. Robert Bell, it is so great to see you, brother. Moon Lover, welcome to you. Miss Debbie's in the house. Just Debbie, it's great to see you. There's the lady, Mikey said. Yes. There she is. Hello. You know, I say that to everybody I see, even in real life now.
Hello.
I do. T2014. Hello and welcome. Yeah, it was a great show last night, Mom. I had a blast over there last night. Seriously. It was a really good time. Yes, I always enjoy coming over there. I don't get to go places anymore. Even in my home, my real life, I don't go anywhere, but out on YouTube, I don't go anywhere anymore either. I used to be the man about town floating around, but I just don't do it no more. So when I get to take a little trip to somebody else's porch, as you would put it, I really enjoy it, especially your place. I always love coming to your place. I always enjoy it. It's always an interesting time. there's always something that we get into a conversation about, or something that goes on that is very interesting. And I tell you, uh, Thor was his name. I,
Yes,
how do you say it?
Thor Johnson.
Okay. I was really happy to meet him. I enjoyed talking with him. Seems like a very great person. He's a doctor.
Hmm.
And just very welcoming and very nice guy, just as anybody that would be in your channel, I would imagine would be. So I was grateful for that. Yes, and mom's a great hostess in my opinion. It was nice to meet your that was your sister, right?
Yes.
Okay. I hope she's doing better. Good Lord.
She's been sick for like 2 weeks. It's bad. Like,
No,
I
I
periodically
know.
check on her. I think it's actually been longer than that because she started feeling funky when Joseph Couch was still on the run,
Mm,
and she was like,
mm.
I'm deathly sick. Like, I'm at home. I'm going to town, so you don't have to worry about me." And of course, I was and she was like, I'm strapped, tapped, and loaded. I was like, "Well, I know you are, but still be careful, ma'am."
Sure.
So
Absolutely.
one was ready to go, and the other one was like bedbound.
Gotcha.
She enjoys coming up. I think it made her feel better to be able to come up and hang out for a little while too.
No, great.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
she's
Thor's a rock star. Like, I love Thor.
yes, yes. Yeah, he's great. I would love to see him over here. He gives out good advice. He's very interactive, and I really enjoy that. I like people like that. It's nice to have people around too that are helpful in that way. That doctors or police officers or whatever. When we're talking about stuff, they can give answers to questions sometimes that people have. Dr. Draw Latina, she's around a lot. I haven't seen her in a while, but she does come around a lot, and she's got answers to some things when people. I love Draw. Um, she's such a sweet person, and she's very interactive. She loves to talk with people, so I enjoy her so much too. But that's kind of what Thor reminded me of, is somebody like Draw. It's no worries, Robert. You never have to explain. Sometimes I wonder, do people not like me anymore? Did I do something wrong? But I don't. Robert's been around for a long time, guys, a long time, and I just worry about people when I don't see them for a while. Are they okay? Did I say something? You know what I mean? That's just how I am. So, but it's great to see you tonight, Robert. And don't be working yourself too hard there, bro. Yes, we're absolutely ecstatic that you're here, my friend. We got 49 peeps in here, 43 likes. We're getting there. We are getting there. Thank you, Miss Edel. There's the link, guys, to the merch store if anybody's interested in checking out any of the Dago dice or merchandise, whatever you want to call it. Mikey,
I
did you
like
get
that.
your AC fixed? What'd you say, Mom?
I like that. That's catchy.
Yeah, I started doing that a while back with the Dagoversary and stuff like that. I'm a dork.
Yeah, I
What am
really
I?
enjoyed having you over last night. I told the old man this morning because he passed out on us last night. I said it was nice having Dago on panel, and hopefully he got to release a little bit because you have to be prim and proper over here. You can hang out on the front porch.
Well, and that's true, and that's one thing I've been changing up a little bit. If anybody hasn't noticed, is I'm trying to loosen the reins a little bit, guys. We're adults. I thought about that a while back, and it's like we're adults. I speak the way I do out of respect. Typically, it's not because of the channel. Okay, I don't care about that. It's out of respect. It's the way I was raised. And another amazingly wonderful, very good friend of mine, another creator, Miss Lisa. She's from Australia. A lot of you guys have met her. She said something one time, long time ago, when I first started, and it went right to my head and then directly to my heart from her. And it's like, yeah, you're right. So guys, I was a firefighter. I'm Italian, and I know that's probably not an excuse. And I'm a guy. Okay. As a football coach and a baseball coach, I've been around a lot of guys and language guys, and the F words used to fly, like especially at the fire station. And I got comfortable speaking that way. And it's like, she's right. I'm not going to repeat word for word what she said. It wasn't nothing bad, but mainly because I can't remember it. But I know it was along the lines of the type of person I am, it's not as flattering to be throwing those words all the time as I am without that. And I said, you're probably right. And I was raised better than that. And the one main thing she brought to my attention is a lot of my audience and a lot of this community and my family here are, and it doesn't mean anything, but it's true. Um, Ladies that are between the ages of 45 and 75, ladies, that's not the way you should act around ladies. I was raised that way, and that's the way I am, guys. And it's just part of my thing. But saying the F word here and there and stuff like that, I don't mind other people swearing at all. I try not to do it because I just try to give respect where I think it's due in some senses. But I have loosened the reins. I want anybody to never ever come in here feeling like you can't say what you want to say. Say what you got to say. As long as you're not going at somebody in the chat and calling them names and stuff like that, that we don't put up with. But I don't even care if you call me names. Doesn't matter. That goes back to my rules. Respect each other. That's all. But you can say what you got to say. I don't want people coming here going, oh my God, I can't say this or I can't say that. That's not what it was all about, guys. It's just, I'm not that way. Doesn't mean nobody else can be that way. Okay. Because it's not a bad thing. They're words. They're just words. It's not that serious. And if you need to vent and you need to say something and you feel that word is important to say, then say it, damn it. Just say it. That's all. And that's all it's about. Vulgarity is a different thing. Cursing and swearing or whatever is not the big deal. But yes, that's true, Sherry. The vulgarity is what I don't like other people in my community having to hear and see. Some things can be really nasty. And when it embarrasses me, being in fire service and hearing the things I've heard, when it embarrasses me and I start to get a little red cheeked, that's a little too vulgar, I think. So that's really all it is. So that's all I ever expect from anyone. Nothing more, nothing less. So, and that's really, please don't ever feel like you can't say how you think or what you feel. None of it, guys. I don't want that from anybody. Welcome, Miss Leslie. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. I hope you're having a wonderful weekend and a wonderful end to your Sunday. What is just the Italian and guy perfect mix? Yeah, forget about it. Oh wow, Mikey, I'm sorry to hear that, bro. Is it hot down there, you guys, in Florida? Still?
It's not like summertime hot, but the rain brings the icky, sticky, muggy hot.
Gotcha.
So like right now, if you were to go outside, it's not terrible out there. And I mean, it really wasn't like horrid today. We rode with the windows down, so it really wasn't really bad to go into town. But like, you don't want to be in your house with at least a fan or something down here, and that's all throughout the year. Like the only relief that we get now, I'm in Central Florida, so the only relief we get is January.
Yeah.
And you might have to cover the flowers up once, maybe twice.
A little frost here or there, right? I gotcha.
But it's not like being at home where, you got snow on the ground and it's 40 below zero. And
I gotcha. No. Put them back. Put them back. Hold on, guys. I'm sorry. Sorry. My son is... Hold on. Sorry about that. Mr. Caden's always distracting me. My apologies. And Mikey, I'm going to hold you to that. Sorry, Mom. I hope I didn't interrupt you when I said that.
No, you're fine. I was listening.
Welcome, Elizabeth. Good to see you. Yes, I wasn't here last night. I was over visiting my neighbor, the awesome mom, and hanging out over there. I mean, most of you guys were there anyways, the same people. So, it was a nice night. I enjoyed it. I'd like to do it more often. Oh yeah, very smart people in here. Great communities. But again, people are going to argue. A lot of people will argue that they have the best community. I'm going to argue back. I do. I know I do. I don't care what anybody tells me. This is the best community in the YouTube world. So Texas is still up or 90. See?
It's
You only take so much
81 here.
long. Is it
So
humid tonight?
81's not terrible. I don't know. I haven't been out in a while.
Mm-hmm.
When I go switch the dogs out, I don't
Right.
stay out there long because the pit bull is scared of every, 180-pound dog is terrified of everything, especially the TV stand. Like the TV stand is the epiphany of evil.
Really?
So he goes out there. Oh yeah, terrified of it. A toy goes back there, it's in toy hell because he's not going to get it.
Wow. You just don't like it. That's crazy.
Uh-uh.
I found out, I've been thinking this for about a week. You guys are going to laugh. A little bit over a week now. I think my little white humpy dog, Milo, dude was always saying, get it, Milo, because he's always trying to hump the other one. It's crazy. I think he's got sundowners. Do you guys know what sundowners is?
What?
Do you know what it is, Mom?
No.
Okay, my grandmother had it. Okay, it's called sundowners disease. And I know this is going to sound stupid, you guys, because he's a dog. Sundowners is basically what it says. People that they're okay during the day when the sun's out, it's light out, things like that. They're fine. They're in a good mood. They're in this whatever. As soon as the sun goes down in the evening, they get moody, sometimes mean, angry, so on and so forth. And I've been watching this dog. It's been actually more than about 2-3 weeks actually, but it just came to my head the other night, about a week ago, that this very well could be what is wrong with this dog. That dog is always happy, yippity, goofy, jumpy. You guys have seen him bouncing up and down. Okay. A super outgoing dog. I'm telling you, I've looked almost every time, and it happens only when it's dark. We have tried to approach this dog in the evenings, and he starts growling. And if you touch him a certain way, he'll like rah, 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 that kind of stuff. And it's like, what in the hell is going on? And at first, it was just Caden. He was doing it too, and I'm thinking, well, maybe because Caden plays rough with him, stuff, so on and so forth. So I'm thinking maybe that's it. But every time they're playing, his tail is going insane. So it's like, well, okay, I don't know. Then he did it to Juniper, and we had to make a big deal about that because I don't want her getting bit. And then he did it to me, and I'm like, we ain't doing this, bro, because I'm like the voice in the house that keeps them. When I raise my voice and say something, they both go to their cages, just like that. But they both adore my wife, and my wife is God to them, okay? Nothing she can say or do is wrong. They love her. He, especially, is all about her. He did it to her, and she just froze like, what the hell just happened? And I said, oh, say, there's something not right here. Now, I don't know if it's distemper. I don't understand how that. I've never had a dog that's had problems with that. But I'm telling you, it's just like sundowners to me. It's crazy. I've never seen an animal act like this before. Willie, what's going on, buddy? Good to see you tonight. I hope you're having a good night, bro. So, yeah. But that's a real thing. And human beings, it's real. My grandmother had it, like I said. But I've never seen an animal act that way day to night. If it was distemper, I would believe that it would just be all the time. Not just nighttime, but it's only at night. And he's very moody and grumpy. Normally, if I'm like, hey, buddy, you want to go outside? His tail's going. He's bouncing around. He runs in circles, okay? He'll go to the door. As soon as the sun goes down, you do that, he goes in his cage and he kind of looks at you like this and just stares. And it's like, are you like possessed or something? It's so weird. And you guys ever notice at nighttime, you don't see him running around in here like he does. He may walk in here to be nosy if he's out and about, but typically that dog is in that cage at night. He doesn't like to be bothered with nobody, or he's laying on my wife. It is the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life. Elizabeth said, okay. So I'm not crazy then. That's good to know.
I don't know. My min pin's grumpy all the time, so. But they're old, though. How old are yours?
He's a baby. He's like a year and a half old.
Oh, yeah. Mine are old. All of my littles are old. The
Right,
pit bull's
that
a
would be-
baby, but they're all old and grumpy.
It would make sense if he was old. You know what I'm saying? That would make way more sense. But he's only a year and a half old.
Yeah,
That's
my min
crazy.
pin, if you mess with her blanket, she will try to take a finger with her.
Well, it's like that's what happened. Is Caden? He was sleeping one night about a month ago. I know I'm still crazy. I'm just saying. Thank you, Tomboy. I love you too. Um, and Caden went down to pick him up to put him in his cage because I put them in cages at night. I just don't trust it. I don't like cleaning up pee or poo poo or none of that stuff. Caden went to reach and he was like, "Wah, wah, wah, wah," and went nuts. And Caden was like, "Whoa," you know,
Hmm.
and it was nasty. Like the teeth were all the way out and everything. And I've never seen him act that way. And I'm like, what the hell? And it doesn't matter what I said to him. I was yelling at him, like, you stop that right now. We don't act that way. And he's growling at me as I'm saying this. And I'm going, okay, either the dog got rabies or what the hell, but there was no signs or symptoms. But like I said, the very next morning we open the cage, out he comes, tail of the wagon, jumping all over me, loving and this and that. And he's just happy running in circles. This and I'm going, what the hell is going on? So, and he'll run to the door and he'll go outside and he'll have his little poo poo. There you go, Doodle. And that's that. So, just saying, I don't get it. It's got to be sundowners or something else. And I do think, I told my wife, I think this dog might have, like, he might be mentally handicapped. Okay. I don't know why. There's things that he said not that he says, obviously. There's things that he does that come off that way. He doesn't seem to process things like other dogs do. Okay. It's weird. He's fallen down the stairs before. Which I don't think that has anything to do with it, but he runs into walls. He just does weird things that are just like, what are you doing, dude? He makes weird decisions too. And I know he's a dog, but I'm just saying it's strange. So it could be maybe that. I don't know. But I told my wife, I said, I don't know if there's anything a vet can do, but I want to go and see if they can test him to see what's going on. His breeding it's Jack Russell Chihuahua mix. Now our that's what I'm thinking, Elizabeth. Maybe it's a neurological thing. Our Oscar that we had, a lot of you guys remember him, but this little guy here, he had that crazy cough for right before he passed. But anyway, he was a Chihuahuaranian or Pomchi, whatever you wanted to call it. I've heard it both ways. Pomeranian Chihuahua mix. And the vet, when we had taken him in first, said one thing, first off, that he was to be 18 years old at the end of his life. They were really surprised he lived that long, because some breeds, if you intermix them, they don't live as long as some dogs do. And they do have they can have neurological issues because of the inbreeding of different breeds. And I don't know if this one could be one of them. I've never seen a Chihuahua and a Jack Russell, but I've seen a lot of mixes, guys. I saw a Chihuahua mix with a Shepherd one time. That's an ugly dog. It was the ugliest dog I've ever seen, but it was a weird dog. But the dog seemed okay. This one, though, I don't know if that's part of the problem. I don't know, but I want to find out because now I'm curious. And I'm worried, to be honest with you. I don't want to have to get rid of him because he's a very loving dog. He hugs people, for God's sakes, guys. If you come in, most people think he's going to hump their leg. He doesn't. He literally will hug your leg and lay his head on it, and he hugs you. And you can tell him, come here, give me a hug. And he'll stand up, and he'll wrap his arms around you, and he'll lay his head on you and love you. He's a very sweet dog. But if he's going at one of my grandkids and he hurts one of them, because he already got Caden on his nose. Caden was it was a nighttime, and he was hugging him and doing this and loving him, and something, I think Caden cleared his throat, and the dog turned and got his nose, and I'm like, whoa. It's almost like if you make any kind of weird noises towards him or anything, he gets threatened or something. It's crazy. So what the hell? A Chawini? The hell's a Chawini?
A Chihuahua and a Dachshund, a Chiweenie.
Oh, a Chawini. She said Chaw, and I'm thinking that was another breed. See,
Yeah,
I'm not
Chiweenie.
Tweenie. Chowee. Sorry, Doodle. Anyway, I'm rambling again. Sorry, folks. But I needed to talk to somebody about that and see. I know there's a lot of you guys that have animals and dogs, and maybe somebody heard of something or maybe may know. If dogs can get, I know dogs can get a lot of the same stuff that human beings do. I just didn't know about that. Good to see you, Willard. Thank you for joining us, my friend. I need to be in here and get in a better mode anyway. My Browns lost for, my God, I'm so pissed off right now. That was one of the worst games I've seen. So, again, guys, I don't know how many. Are you familiar with the Carly Gregg case, Mom?
I've seen some of it trending on Twitter. I mean, I know what she did, and I saw a clip that was really a little strange and kind of concerning about her stepdad.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little creepy.
The whole case that's why it's been the title. I just put, wow. This is a weird one, folks. It's the stepdad's creepy. Some other stuff is weird. The little girl herself presents in a weird, kind of a strange way, obviously. I mean, for what she did. But yeah, I thought, I don't know how I hadn't really looked at this before. So what the hell? Let's look at it.
Yeah, I remember it happening. And then, like I said, last week, she was trending on Twitter. And if I'm not here, that's where I am. I don't stay on Facebook much because I'm an old school Facebooker, and Facebook just was so toxic back in the day that I don't get on there much unless I'm looking up something or sharing a live or.
Me either. I used to be on there a lot. I can't now. I'm with you on that. Maybe you can talk.
I recently, for the past 5 years, just put Messenger on my phone because I have some advocates that only do Facebook that reach out to me, and I'd been missing messages. But I mean, Twitter's the place to be when you want to see what's going on. And I kind of watched a couple of clips and was like, what the hell? And then I read up on it a little bit, and it's a very, very strange case.
Maybe you can help me become more Twitterized. I used to be on Twitter when I was over in the Boyd area of YouTube. Mm-hmm. And I walked away because it was so toxic. That's why I got off of there. And I never really went back. I was living on Twitter at one point, and a lot of people, I feel like I need to get back in there with what we're doing in here and stuff like that. And maybe, you know what I mean? So I gotta
and you can dual stream now. You can dual stream your live to Twitter.
Yes.
And you'd be surprised at how many people will watch on Twitter.
Well, that's the thing is I don't understand. Like, I've done it before, but I don't think I got any views off of it from Twitter. I don't know how to work all that stuff, but I did do it a couple times, but
you just set it up. Do you use StreamYard, don't you? Yeah, because I'm on StreamYard.
And I clicked on YouTube, and then I clicked on Twitter, and I okayed it, and I went in, and it ran. After I did it a couple times, and then I had a problem where it wouldn't do it, and I don't know if it was because I didn't have the right StreamYard plan or something like that, but I never saw any changes with the views through Twitter, so I didn't know if I was doing something wrong or how to tell or any of that stuff after that. That's all.
It's kind of like YouTube. Like, once you get into the algorithm, that's when people start noticing that you're live on there.
Mm.
Do you know how many followers you have, just by chance?
On Twitter?
Uh-huh.
Let me look. I can tell you real quick, and then we'll get started, folks. I promise. I like talking too much, folks. That's my problem. I like
talking too.
I do. I think my mom used to say when I was younger that I like the sound of my own voice. I'm like, no, I don't. I think she was right. Okay, so how do I tell that? Where do I see that at, Mom?
Go to your profile.
Okay.
And it should have like your description of your Twitter, and it'll tell you how many followers you have and how many are following you.
Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. Oh, wow. That's really weak. 24. I have 24 followers.
Oh, you gotta start promoting your Twitter then. Like once you start getting on there, I had over 3,000. I actually had more followers than I did subs on here, and I
Wow.
went head to head with
That's
a
this
big
right here,
account, and I lost a lot of my followers. Yeah,
right? Okay. See, that used to be different, but before I was the True Crime Cafe, before I was just Dago. So, okay. So that's what I need to do.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
I
And
mean, I
like
got
every time you go
on right.
live, share it. Like share it,
I used
and
to
then a
when I
pin
first
post
started.
will help too.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, we'll see what happens. Hopefully, I can get used to it again. Make it a
Like I
regular
have
thing.
the picture of me and Brian Enton pinned on my top pin post.
Gotcha. Gotcha. 84 hurricane deaths, 1,000 missing. Jesus, that's so sad. That's horrible.
Yep. And the numbers are going to continue climbing. Like it is crazy how many people are missing. It
I
is
know.
insane.
I never expected this to be what it is. Mom, give me 1 second. I gotta fix something real quick.
No, you're fine. I honestly think that like Dago was right last night. This was unforecasted, and people in North Carolina, like they were just told, "Oh, it's not going to be that bad." Blah blah blah, and then they ended up getting hit worse than we did. Leslie, I have Brian Enton from News Nation. A picture of me and him. I think it's me, him, and my old man on there. I don't know. I haven't looked at it a long time. Yeah, it's me, Brian Enton, and my old man. Elizabeth, you lost a friend in the storm. I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh my, that's horrible. A
Yeah.
tree. Oh Jesus, Elizabeth, I'm so sorry. My condolences. Yeah, this storm. It's it's become a lot more than I thought it was ever going to be. I'll say that much for sure.
Yeah, I honestly never expected it to be that strong once it got that far north. I really honestly didn't, considering the way that it hit.
It just kept going. It stayed at the same strength.
And like me and the old man were talking earlier, and he's just like blown away at how many people are missing and have lost their lives and just the destruction. And I told him, I said, do you know, like here in Florida, once you live here and go through a hurricane, like you learn real quick how to prepare. You learn real quick what websites to have, or apps to have on your phone, or what to watch, or you learn how to read spaghetti maps and stuff like that. Like shit that I would never even know how to do in Kentucky, you know what I mean, or Tennessee, either one. And that I honestly believe that's why we didn't have more of a death toll than we had here, is because so many people already know, leave.
Yeah.
If you get evacuation notice, don't write it out, leave.
No. Why? I don't. I mean, I do understand people not wanting to leave their homes behind. Elderly, a lot of elderly people are like that. With that, that's all they have. That's their home. They're going to stand strong. Come on, like your life is way more important than your belongings in your home, your furniture, your tables, your curio cabinets and stuff like that. Your home itself. Your life is so much more important. So yeah, I get that. Welcome, True Seeker. Good to see you tonight. So I don't know, guys. I don't know. It's a very sad thing. I've been praying a lot for people. So I mean, like I said, I'm not an overly religious person, but I do have faith and I do say prayers here and there, and I've been keeping them all. Everybody and anybody that's been involved in the path of this. It's horrible. The flooding is scary to see that. The things that it has done. How bad that is too, and the worrying about these dams that could be breaking and the levees that aren't holding and all these things. It's just like, come on. And then watching these other storms brewing that could have been a problem was just like, please, Lord, give these people a break. Don't come back through here with another one, you know? So, yeah, I agree, Robert. It was horrible. The flooding was bad. Are you still here, Mom?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. You get so quiet that sometimes I don't know if you're still here or not. You're
No,
at
I'm
least
still
in
here.
Baxley, Georgia. Can't get out. Have no. That's what bothers me too. Is a lot of people that are either like elderly again, or people that have like medical issues and so on and so forth, and they're trapped and they don't have electricity and things like that. People that have respiratory problems that need certain types of devices to survive and oxygen and stuff. That scares me. It bothers me a lot.
Well, it's like today I was watching, they're doing like, I watched a couple of drone drops where people are taking their drones and they're dropping insulin into people that can't get out. And then
That's
you have,
awesome.
yeah, it really is. And then you have a brigade of donkeys that are headed up there to help with supplies and stuff.
What did you say?
Donkeys. Like there's a guy that owns some donkeys and he's filled like their packs with supplies and stuff, and he's headed up there to help people.
Oh, okay. I thought you said degraded donkeys, and I went, what? Sorry.
No, a pack of donkeys. A herd of donkeys, however you word donkeys. He's got a bunch of
You're
donkeys
good.
taken up
That
there.
was, that was me. I got an alert on my phone earlier. I guess we are getting Francie. Oh, God, Brandy, please be safe. I don't know. I haven't looked at it. We'll probably check it out in the morning again. But Brandy, this is the last thing she needs. Be safe, please. Do you have anywhere you can go, Brandy, that's a little safer than where you're at? I always worry about people that live in modular homes, mobile homes, when we have these storms, because it's just, to me, it's like being locked in a can during a storm, and it scares the hell out of me. Good golly, Molly's in the house. Good to see you, Molly.
Thank you, Molly. A drove
Yeah,
of donkeys.
drove a gaggle of donkeys. Superdome. What happened to the Superdome? Did it get messed up? Or are you saying like as a place to go? Loves donkeys. Donkey. And in the morning, we're making waffles.
Ooh. Kelko, I'll see if I can find the Twitter post again and I'll tag her in it. Me and her were
There you
talking about that the other day. She loves What Is True. She comes in here too. She was in the
go.
live
He was
last night.
yeah, she's awesome.
I have a gator obsession. She has donkeys.
I like kitties. I'm a cat person. I love cats. Absolutely adore them. But that's my spirit animal are cats and kittens. And funny thing is I never liked cats, guys. How about that one? I did not like cats until we got Oliver, which I think I've showed you guys once. He will not come in the house. We let him become an inside-outside cat one time, and he just decided that he was always going to be an outside cat, and he won't come back in. He won't. If I bring him in the house, and he'll go right to the door, and he'll stand there and go meow, 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 meow until we let him back out. He hates being inside now. So that's my kitty. We've had him for 14 years, and ever since we got him, I can't. I love cats now. I do. I adore them. I watch cat videos. I've become a very strange person, guys, over the years. And I don't want any. I know the comments that are going to come after that one, especially from Tomboy and Doodle. Dogs are the best. See, I like dogs, but I love cats. I'll just put it that way. Cats, that's a thing, Robert. My cat, he's never been mean. He's the sweetest cat you'll ever meet in your life. Of course, I trained him and raised him, so that's probably why. Because that's why I didn't like cats. Because my aunt had one, and I lived with my aunt for a little while right before I turned 18. And I would go to sleep, and this cat would attack me at night, literally. Like if my arm was dangling off the bed or something, he would come at me and just attack the shit out of me. He was a big white Mongolian. I think that's the breed, but he was mean as hell. Oliver's not, though. He's very sweet. My grandkids will carry him around by his, his neck and this and that, and he just loves all over them. Welcome, Siggy. Good to see you, Matahare. I love saying her name. My spirit animal is a sloth. Okay, Miss Paula, if you say so. Molly says that's the only reason. It is not, Molly. It helps, though. It's not the only reason, though. Molly's a cat, virtually a cat. Miss Paula just gifted a membership. I can't see who got it. Congratulations. Sorry, Walt. Mom, can you see who got the membership by chance?
Sassy Italian number 2.
Hey, Sassy. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us, and welcome back to the sauce. Welcome back to the sauce, all you meatballs. A raccoon, dude. I knew Whoa. What happened there? You there, Mom?
I think my mic just freaked out for a second.
Yes. It scared me.
I do apologize. I hope these are not going out. Dude, these are my favorite.
No, you're good. Willie, I hate octopus. Like, I like eating them, but I don't like them. They creep me out. They remind me of spiders.
But they're so smart.
They can be as smart as they want to be in their place, not around me. The little suction cup thing, ugh, they creep me out. Sorry. They aren't cool. I'll say that much, but they're just creepy. Sorry. Owl, Leslie, I know you have one now, don't you? Leslie showed me a picture the other day, a beautiful owl. And I have the Mothman. That's my other creature here. So a blue owl, yes. Here, I'll show you guys real quick. And then we will get started, I promise you guys. But once again, sometimes I think I should just do a show where we just sit and bullshit. Literally, because I like to do it so much. Here it is. If you don't mind me doing it, Leslie, is it okay if I show this? Or I show it? Yeah, okay. Here we go. Awesome, isn't it?
Pretty baby.
Beautiful animals. I love watching them do their head thing that they do. I think that's cool. Barb is my spirit animal. She's my gotcha, Matahari. I gotcha. Barb's amazing. We love Barbara.
Yes.
Yes, Molly, I did watch the Wild Thing video. I did. Get Billy's permission too. I think I will take what Leslie says as truth, because I think Leslie's the one that's in charge from what I've seen. So anyway, but yeah, isn't it gorgeous? Beautiful.
It is.
They're so neat to me. Very cool. That's a Harry Potter animal there. But again, thanks for letting me show that, Leslie. Beautiful animal. I love it. And Molly's animals are aliens. That's her spirit animal. She says they're cats. I think they're aliens, to be honest with you. Huskies are amazing animals, too. Anyway, back to where we was. Sorry. All right, so let's get this going, guys. We'll never get through this if I don't. Walot. Wiggly chicken at her. She was looking. Turtles. My wife loves turtles. Turtles and frogs. Those are my wife's favorite animals. She loves them. Turtles, I don't know. I don't care for turtles. And I definitely can't stand frogs. They gross me out. Especially the ones we got around here. We got those tree frogs. They make so many. They're so noisy. You think owls are aliens? Molly, you're pretty. Remember that. You're welcome, Leslie. All right, y'all. Oh, yeah, Molly's into the lizard people. I forgot about that one. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Let me know if you can hear this okay. volume okay, or the audio, I mean?
I'm Benny Politan. The subject of my investigation is a 15-year-old girl.
Can you hear it, Mom? Can you hear me? Are you there? Uh-oh. Can you guys hear it? Okay. Oh, wait. She sent me a message. Hold on. Okay. No problem. You're good.
Girl named Carly Gregg, who, when she was 14 years old, did something that will define the rest of her life. It wasn't something that was expected. It wasn't something that was necessarily predictable, but it was something that was deadly. Here's her story. 14-year-old Carly Gregg was a really good student. In fact, she was Student of the Year at Northwest Rankin High School in Brandon, Mississippi. Carly's mom, Ashley Smiley, was a teacher at the school. For most moms, this would be an ideal situation, being close to your child who is excelling in school. But inside their home and inside the mind of Carly Gregg, everything wasn't okay. She was battling serious issues that seemingly manifested themselves one day inside the home. Carly allegedly went to her mother's bedroom armed with a gun. She discharged that weapon 3 times, taking the life of her mother. Then, in a bizarre twist, she allegedly contacted a friend to see if she wanted to see a dead body. Her friend came over. Then, when her stepfather returned home, she fired the gun again, wounding him. He survived and described Carly as having eyes so big it was as if she'd seen a demon. It is something to see her inside of the courtroom. She's 15, looks even younger than 15.
You know, I got to tell you guys, the first time I saw this little girl, I know it's a movie, okay? But how many of you guys remember the movie The Omen? Little boy's name was Damien.
I remember The Omen.
Uh-huh. So, this little girl, I don't know. Where's it at? When she looks like this, because she looks like this a lot. I don't know what this is doing. Hold on, damn it. Okay. It won't get to where I want. But anyway, the first time I saw her, I was looking at this, and the first thing that came to mind, you know how you people do that? Look at this picture and give me your first thought. The Omen. First thing I thought of was this little girl reminds me of Damien, a female version of Damien the Omen. And I know it's a movie. Okay? That is the first thing I thought, folks. It's just so weird. There's something about her. I know she's a child. Please don't get me wrong. But there's something about her that really makes me uncomfortable. Okay? I don't know what's going on with her. I don't, there's obviously probably some mental health issues. I'll say that much. Elizabeth, hello. I thought I said hello to you. I'm sorry. Hello, and welcome, and thank you so much for being here. I don't know if it's the page boy haircut, the outfit. I think it's mostly the look on her face, okay? She definitely reminds me of that immediately. Every time I look at her, a picture of her, that's the first thing comes to my mind. And I feel bad that I feel that way, okay? I do. I feel horrible that I feel that way. But I can't help it, you guys. It is the first thing I think of. It's insane, and it should not be. But, yeah, again, there's another one. Same thing. Children of the Corn vibes. God forgive me. I'm just saying, like, I shouldn't feel that way about a child. There's obviously something wrong with this little girl. She's got emotional issues. She's definitely got some mental health issues in my mind. And she is a child, okay? But damn, folks. Miss JC, hello. I feel bad that I think that way, but I cannot help it. She kind of scares me. Truly, she does. And at the same time, I feel bad because I know that there's mental illness, and I got issues with her stepfather too. I'll put it that way. So Just saying. I know he was one of the victims at some point, but still, there's something not right there either. So anyway, that's the feeling I get. Do you know who I'm talking about, though, Mom? The woman, child? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's the look on her face and the clothes in combination.
It could be.
It gives you that vibe.
Yeah. Because in every movie that Damien was in, the Omen movies, that's kind of, he had that blank stare. And again, yeah, I think you're probably right. The clothing, the haircut, the look, everything. So, again,
I mean, I did a whole video on young children that have committed horrible acts of violence.
Mm-hmm.
Like things that you don't even see grown people charged with.
Yeah, they're out there. It's very sad, but they are out there. Well, Miss Sherry says evil is born evil. It's not a disorder. That I do agree with, but we don't know what it is. Is this little girl evil, or does she have a form? Like, is it a mental health issue? What is it? Or is it a combination? I don't know. We're gonna try to figure it out. Just saying. Most all of these school evils, there's red flags. Yeah, I got you. All right, here we go.
She'd seen a demon.
It is something to see her inside of the courtroom. She's 15, looks even younger than 15, but you think about these allegations. And
welcome, Mama Duck. Great to see you again, neighbor. I was wondering where you were. It's good to see you.
The one miraculous.
Wait a minute. What do you mean you got timed out, Elizabeth? In here? I'm going to hell. I'm sorry. I'm just being honest with you guys. Walt did it. Was it an accident? Oh, I don't think she meant it like literally meant it, Walt. No big deal. It's okay. I'm sorry, Elizabeth. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We're good. My apologies, Elizabeth. Walt, it's okay. I see what that's what I figured she meant. It was kind of like, yeah. It's all right. No worries. Thank you, Walt, for being protective and doing your thing, but I didn't think she meant it purposely. So it's okay. We're good. My apologies, Elizabeth. Walt, good job, but sorry, bro. Appreciate you. It was a misunderstanding completely. Sasha, well, I'm not even going to say it. Welcome, Sasha. Good to see you tonight. I'm not going to try to say your last name. Again, Elizabeth, my apologies. And no worries, dear. No worries. We're good. Everybody's good. Hold on.
Miraculous part of the story is that her stepfather survived to tell the story and survived to call 911 to begin this entire case and this investigation. I want you to take a listen to some testimony from investigator Zachary Cotton here talking about the stepfather and what he did. Let's take a listen.
Our dispatcher received a call. The person on the phone was frantic. The exact details were not clear, but it was something to the effect that their child had shot at them and shot them in the neck. Deputies responded to the scene, were met with a male at the door, and found a deceased female inside one of the bedrooms.
What if anything his officers observed on that?
He was upset. He had been shot in the shoulder, and he had said that his stepdaughter was the one that had the firearm, that he got the firearm away from her.
And was at that time, would he identify the shooter?
Yes.
What's the person's name of the shooter?
Carly Gregg.
Was Miss Gregg on the scene that time?
No, sir, not at the residence.
What was the next thing that happened?
Deputies were attempting, and law enforcement in general were trying to observe the area to see if they could locate the suspect Carly. She was later found approximately half a mile down the road and taken into custody.
Chaotic situation. Really chaotic. And again, amazing that the stepfather survived this, can make that call so investigators can respond, police can respond, EMT can respond. But it leaves me with my first question about inside of that home? And it's a big question. It's an important question. What happened? My goodness, what happened inside of that house? I want to bring in my special guest who knows a lot about what happened. Mississippi blogger known as Jackson Jambalaya, who's been following the case since day one. James Hendricks is with us. All right, James, thanks so much for being here. Really do appreciate it. Let me start with that question about what happened here.
Thank you.
Take us back, because you've been to all the hearings. You've been covering this in depth. Inside the home that day, take us, what's happening before the gun is first fired?
Well, the investigator testified at her preliminary hearing that they came home from school. Daughter takes out the dogs, and the mother went to her daughter's bedroom and removed some objects. Now, I've heard different things of what those could be: her cell phone, a vape pen, whatever, who knows. So, but she removed some objects. Daughter comes in, Carly does, and sees her mom removing with these objects in her hand. She goes into her mom's room, retrieves a firearm, think it was a .38 pistol and revolver, and comes back and shoots her 3 times, 2 in the face, 1 in the chin. And then she texts her father, as you know, and says, "Hey, when are you coming home?" And then she calls a friend of hers, "Hey, I need you to come over here."
Well, there's the first problem, that this child had access to a loaded gun, period, without it being locked up, or, you know what I'm saying? She should have never had access to it, nor known where it was and how to use it. So that's one problem I have with this whole thing. Sorry, guys. I'll say that right out of the gate, folks. That should have never been there. For the child to do that immediately after having that mindset, there's obviously something we know not right. So
Here. And so her friend, oddly enough, was not old enough to drive, so her father brought her over. Father stays in the car. Her friend comes in, and she just nonchalantly shows off her mother's corpse to her friend. Like, look what I've done.
Is there any known history, or do we? It seems very all of a sudden, right? But was there tension in the home? Were there issues? Were there other calls? Anything like that? That's become
not that I know of. The police had not been out to their house before. She was, by all accounts, a good student at school. I mean, she had her friends. She was being a teenager. Very, very smart, obviously.
I absolutely agree with you, Alicia. That's part of what I was saying. There's something not right about the stepfather. We're going to get into that too. I promise you. There's something wrong there completely.
30 on the ACT when she was 13 years old, skipped a grade. Mother was a very popular math teacher at Northwest Rankin. So this, I mean, we don't know what was going on behind closed doors, but this caught everybody by surprise. Of course, after she's murdered, then we start finding out, okay, she's been on these psychiatric drugs, according to her defense lawyers, for quite some time. They switched her to left days before the murder took place. So, you know, right now we're just speculating.
And how about the family situation?
That's the thing, Paula. That's a good point. When we talk about genius, per se, very smart, that can be a dangerous thing, guys. Think about this, okay? I was just saying this last night when we were talking about the Brian Koberger case. If Brian were to be guilty, I believe that's part of why, okay? So that same here, Elizabeth. That's why I'm looking at this. This fascinated me. It really did. The mind of this little girl is what I'm fascinated in. That's what kind of has brought me in the true crime world. That's what fascinates me, is the minds of these people that do the things they do. I think the line is such a fine line that it's a dangerous thing, if that makes any sense. You know what I'm saying? She definitely was found guilty, guys. We'll get to that too. But the little girl literally scares me. Okay, I know she's a child, but she scares me because of her the intelligence level, the whole statement, there's a fine line between genius and insanity. That's a very relevant statement, folks. Remember that. Not trying to start any unjustified rumors or speculation, but does, in my opinion, only has my opinion too, Bobby. My opinion too. Please understand that I feel that way about her stepfather, folks, right out of the gate. I'll tell you, it's an opinion I have. You don't have to agree with me, and I completely understand, but there's something not right about her stepfather. That's all I'm saying.
Now it's a stepfather, right? So mom got
Correct.
remarried. Is her father in the picture at all? Have we heard anything about that?
From what I can tell, from what I can tell, he's not involved in the picture. In fact, I looked at the court records in another county last week where they divorced, and the mother and father are still slugging it out in court. She had filed some motion.
Absolutely, Miss Chip. The Mary Bell case. Yes, if you guys aren't familiar with that, we may look into that too. This does give me that vibe. I'm telling you right now. And welcome, Miss Chip. It's good to see you tonight.
To modify whatever. I forget what the pleading was or judgment was, but she files a motion all the way up until her death. They were still fighting it out in court.
Fascinating.
And then apparently she had filed a case against him in justice court. That's your misdemeanors, your small claims courts in Mississippi. And so she'd filed something over there in Warren County, which is Vicksburg. And so there was stuff going on there. I just haven't had a chance to get over there and dig up the records and look at them. But there was obviously the two parents did not get along.
Now,
So,
how is this playing? Yeah, how is this playing locally? My guess is a relatively small town, small community. The mom worked in the high school where the daughter went, right?
Right. Well, it's in Flowood, Mississippi. Flowood is a suburb of Jackson, Mississippi. It's fairly upscale town of about 12,000 people, but it's not what you would call a typical small town. Just consider Arlington to Dallas. You see what I mean? So, but it blew everybody away. I mean, Jackson is next door, and it's had the highest murder rate in the country for like the last 2 or 3 years. And so you're always hearing about murders and homicides, and unfortunately, too many of them are teens committing murders, and I'm talking 13, 14, 15. But so when you hear about it in a poverty-stricken area, okay, let's be honest, everybody kind of has gotten to where they're used to hearing it all the time. They don't get as outraged. But when you hear about something like this, a kid so gifted, a mother who's a popular teacher, and then all of a sudden,
He'll be back in a minute, y'all. It's 11:22. I don't know if they'll bring it up or not, but what I saw was that her mom had found out that she was using, and that's what triggered all this. So she was mad at her mom. Which here in Florida, I think there's like 3 recent cases of teenagers that have got mad at their parents and killed them.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Something's not right. Just saying. Sorry about that, guys. Damn 11:22. All right, hold on. I think it should pick up where we left off.
and just kills her. It didn't just kill her. She's
You hear
showing
it
her
okay,
off to her
Mom?
friends, and then she's going to lay in wait to kill her stepfather too.
Wow.
And my theory on that, why it didn't work, is because she's using a 38. That's probably a 12-pound trigger pull, which, as you know, is a lot. That's pretty strong. And a small girl like that probably was going to have problems with it. Thank goodness for the stepfather.
Yeah, he was able to wrestle it away. I want to take a listen to more testimony from investigator Zachary Cotton here, talking about what the surveillance cameras apparently caught.
There's a exterior camera. It's in the garage. That's the Carly and her mother, Ashley, arrive home. There's another camera that's located in the kitchen. The kitchen camera shows that after they walk into the residence, that at some point Ashley goes into Carly's bedroom. Carly goes outside with the dogs. Eventually, Carly comes back in after Ashley's taken some items out of Carly's room. Carly walks back in, notices her mother is in the bedroom, and then proceeds to walk in the direction where Ashley and Heath's bedroom is. You see her come back into view of the camera. She has her hands concealed behind her back, out of view of the camera. She looks into the kitchen and then proceeds to walk into her bedroom, and then you hear a gunshot, a scream, followed by two more gunshots. Carly proceeds to return to the kitchen, concealing her hands behind her back. You hear a heavy object being set down on the counter, and then she proceeds to get Ashley's phone and begins texting on it. Do you know who she was texting? I believe it was Heath, based off the text messages that he received.
The text message that appeared that she was the first to her dead mother.
Yes.
What was the substance of those texts?
Essentially asking about how long it would be till he got home.
So James, it sounds to me like she's using her mother's cell phone to lure her stepfather home, impersonating her
Right.
via text message?
Correct. That's exactly what she did. She got her mother's cell phone, and so he sees the call coming through. He thinks it's his wife. Or the text coming through. When you coming home? I'm going to be home then. And then she prepares or tries to kill him. And then of course what I can't get over is having the friend come over to just show her off like he got a trophy or something. Who does that? That's pretty warped when you think about it.
That is extremely, I'm trying to figure out the appropriate words, because she's so young, smart though, but at the same time, that is cold, that is sociopathic, I think is the best way to describe that behavior. Bringing in.
Good night, Miss Paula. Thanks for being here tonight, dear. We appreciate you very much. No worries, dear. We'll see you tomorrow, hopefully. Have a great rest of your night.
Inserting your friend in the middle of all of this. All right, here's what we're going to do. James, you're going to stay with us because we need him. He knows this story better than anyone. Coming up next, why did she show her friend?
Carly asked her to cover her. She showed her deceased mother to a friend.
Was a reporter brutally murdered for digging too deep?
His death was absolutely devastating.
The suspect, the former politician and subject of the victim's story on corruption.
Can you tell us anything?
Now will Robert tell us go from elected official to convicted killer?
Once all the evidence comes out, it'll be...
How did the friend go?
She was driven over there by her father. Carly asked her to come over.
For what purpose?
She showed her deceased mother to a friend.
You showed her deceased mother?
Yes.
You know why she asked her over there?
Not entirely sure. She just said it's an emergency. I need you to come over.
Carly Gregg, after allegedly shooting and killing her mother, like 3 shots, then contacts her friend and says, there's an emergency, come over. So her friend's father apparently drives her over to the house. So now you've got 14-year-old Carly Gregg with her friend from school, apparently, in the house with her mother's body on the ground, shot and killed, shot 3 times. Here's the investigator describing what takes place next inside that house with these 2 children.
She essentially stated that she was invited over to the residence by Carly, was unsure what for. She had walked in. Carly asked her if she had ever seen a dead body before. She said no. Proceeded to show her deceased mother that was in the bedroom. Showed the gun that she used to shoot her mom. Told that she had 3 shots for her mom And then she's got 3 more for her stepdad, 2 to the head, 1 to the chest.
Have you ever seen a dead body before? And then proceeds to show her friend a dead body, her mother's body on the ground. Brings me to my next question in this case. Why did she show her friend? What's going on there? What motivated that action by Carly Gregg? Still with me, James Hendricks, and joining us, forensic psychiatrist, trial expert witness, and author and columnist, Dr. Carol Lieberman. Dr. Carol Lieberman, I'll begin with you. Why call your friend to come over? And then why show her the dead body?
Good question, Vinny.
Guys, please take anything Dr. Lieberman says with a grain of salt. Please. This woman has said some really crazy things, so just
Oh my Lord.
take I warn everybody at this point. This is the woman that came up with the whole vampiristic cannibalism stuff in the Idaho case, and it's like, no. Sorry, right there, we're done. So yeah. Anything she says, just take it with a grain of salt. That's all I'm saying, folks.
Buy your ticket to the crazy train.
Uh-huh. The fact that she has a doctorate kills me. Anyway.
One thing that it makes me think of is that she has apparently, some of her friends said that she has been talking about for quite a while that she wanted to kill her mother. And nobody really took it seriously, presumably because, she was such a good student and so on. It didn't seem like someone who would shoot their mother. But so perhaps one reason was to show them that, yes, see, I was really serious. Nobody believed me, but look, I did shoot her. And so then the question is, well, why did she shoot her? And there are I have a number of theories for that. One is that her mother.
Well, before we get into the shooting, Dr. Carol,
sure.
I want to get a few more details from James about this friend coming over. Do we know anything about the nature of their relationship, their history? These two I presume they're classmates.
Classmates. The police have been very tight-lipped about it. They just said, she calls the friend, come on over here. Father takes her over there. Father don't know how long she was inside the house. And so eventually she leaves before the stepfather gets home. Now the father and the daughter did go to the sheriff's office that night and make a statement. Do I know? They never said if it happened immediately or if it was after they heard about the murder or what. So we just don't know. I mean, you're asking why she showed her friend. That's one of several $million questions in this case. Believe me.
Absolutely. I want to put up on the screen for you. Everybody's wondering. Dr. Carol Lieberman, I want to put this up. This is from the affidavit for a search warrant. And the names has been redacted. But the friend stated that when she had arrived at Carly's residence, that Carly had already killed her mother. The friend stated that Carly asked if she wanted to wait outside and that her stepdad, Heath Smiley, was about to be home. The friend stated that she waited outside a short time after Heath returned home. She heard 3 gunshots. The friend stated that Carly ran out of the door into the backyard and they both climbed over the fence and ran from the scene. So Dr. Carol Lieberman, for that friend who is injected into this by Carly, what are your concerns for her as she has to?
Well, wait a minute. They just said beforehand that the girl left with her father and that they went to the police station at some point. Did they or did they not? I must have misheard that then, because that didn't make any sense to me. Okay.
Somehow try to understand all of this.
Well, to the extent that Carly told her friend what her plan was to kill her father, one has to wonder why the friend didn't call 911 or didn't run away before they both ran away together. Clearly the friend is going to probably feel some guilt.
No, mischief. Here's what the way that was read was kind of misunderstood, easily misunderstood. Carly's friend, she asked her if she wanted to wait. Stepfather was on his way home. He came home and went inside. The friend stayed outside. The friend said she heard 3 gunshots. Carly come running out. They ran out the back door, through the backyard, over the back fence, and took off. So the father wasn't there when the mother was shot, but the little girl heard the gunshots of the father being shot. They went to the station later that night. See, I thought they said they didn't know if that's happened. But thank you. Good to see you, JC, by the way. I don't know. It's a little, the timeline's a little weird, but still, I think I understand it.
She's going to be traumatized. She's going to be angry at Carly for involving her. You know, Carly was apparently just singing to her dogs before the friend came over. So on the one hand, she's telling the friend this is an emergency. On the other hand, she's acting like it's not an emergency. She's playing and singing to her dogs. But that friend is, of course, going to be incredibly traumatized by all of this.
And James, an important witness, right? There's video evidence of this.
Yeah.
But now she is there for this second shooting.
Yeah, apparently so. I didn't, I'll be honest, I didn't know that before, so that was a good piece of information to bring out. One thing she said, though, about how detached she was, she's just singing. The first time I saw her in court, it was at her preliminary hearing. She comes in there before the hearing starts. She's sitting in the jury box where they seat all the inmates for such proceedings. And I'm sitting there with my camera taking pictures. And I get a couple of pictures of her. Then she realizes I'm taking pictures of her. So you would think she just looked straight ahead, just have, no expression on her face. No, she looked at me. You've shown the picture on your website before. Looked straight at me and starts posing for the camera. I couldn't believe it. You got to be kidding me. A 14-year-old murder suspect. I mean, does she think this is a game? I mean, there was like an element of detachment since the beginning of this that's been my thought about her. There's something that's just not clicking.
Dr. Carol Lieberman, what do you think of that? Playing to James's camera inside the courtroom for her big moment of fame or infamy, however you want to term it. What does that tell you?
Yes, she wants to be famous for this. She wants, there's obviously some big grudge against her mother, something that has made it worth it for her to kill her. And you could go back and think possibly it started with the divorce. Possibly she didn't want to go with her mother. She wanted to go with her father. Perhaps she blames her mother for the divorce altogether. Perhaps her mother was dating the man who became her stepfather. Something that she blames her mother for the divorce for. Then also, the mother came to the school and she became the most popular teacher. And that took away some of the attention from Carly, who was the big, brilliant student and so on. I think that she resented her for that. Perhaps there was some sexual abuse by the stepfather, and she was feeling angry at the mother for not protecting her. I mean, there could be a number of reasons like that. But I think that she's proud of the fact that she killed her, whether to show her friend or to show the camera.
Right. And at this point, our guests are going to stay with us. And at this point, it's still not clear what was going on in the house, and there's no evidence of sexual assault or anything, but I think that's a big part of this story. All right, folks, don't go anywhere. I'm Vinny Politan. We'll keep digging for answers as our investigation gun in her hand.
Met with a gunshot, and he wrestled over the firearm, and Carly had fallen backwards, and her eyes were really big, and he said it looked like she had seen a demon or something to that effect, and she was screaming and ran off.
Did Mr. Tomley also make statements to you regarding Carly didn't seem to recognize him?
It's something that he said he believed that at the time that he thought that maybe she had thought that there was someone trying to break in the house, something to that effect.
And the stepfather talked about saying, listen, it's me, Carly, it's me, as if she didn't necessarily recognize him. And again, when he looked at her, he saw her eyes, and it was as if she had seen a demon. Which brings me to a really big question in this case. Why would she do this? Look at her. She's 15 in this picture, but she looks like she's 10. Let me bring in my guest, the Mississippi blogger known as Jackson Jambalaya, who has been on the case since day one, James Hendricks, and also with us, forensic psychiatrist, trial expert witness, and author and columnist, Dr. Carol Lieberman. James, I'll start with you. The stepfather survived. He described what he saw. How did he survive this?
Like I said earlier, she just wasn't that accurate with her shot, unfortunately. I think what happened was she's using a revolver. They have very heavy trigger pulls. If you fired weapons before, it's not as light as a semi-automatic. So she just wasn't accurate with it, thank goodness. And she didn't kill him. She hit him in the, I think, the shoulder instead of the head where she was trying to hit him.
Dr. Carol Lieberman, the thing that strikes me, Dr. Carol Lieberman, is that look in her eyes as if she had just seen a demon. Does that tell you anything about what's going on and why she may have done this?
Well, the first thing that it makes me think of is that perhaps he was the demon. Perhaps when she saw him, all of the things, again, I don't have proof of this, but apparently she has told at least one friend, though, and the police supposedly investigated about her stepfather abusing her. The police didn't find anything, but she told at least one person that he was abusing her in some way. So perhaps he was the demon. It's like, here you are, you're the person who's been doing all of this. You've been the demon towards me.
Now, there's another piece to this puzzle that I want to bring up right now, and I think it may be a very big piece. Let's take a listen to the investigator talking here about medication. Medication that Carly Gregg, again, 14 years old, was taking or stopped taking. Let's listen.
To your knowledge, what medication was Carly taking at the time of this?
Your Honor, I object as to relevance.
Your Honor, goes to the argument for long.
Okay. At the initial date this occurred, there was no knowledge of her taking medication. At the time that she was arrested, it was later found out that she had been on some prescription medication.
And do you know what prescription medication that was?
Not all, but I believe she is taking Lexapro.
And do you know how long she'd been taking Lexapro for?
It was, to my understanding, she had changed it at the end of the week beforehand. I'm not sure the exact date.
Okay, Dr. Carol Lieberman, Lexapro. What would a child be taking that for, number one? And number two, is there any adverse effect if you are taking a medication like that and then stop taking that medication?
There could be a lot of problems with it. Well, except first, I want to just say a lot of times people want to blame medications like Lexapro or antidepressants, or Lexapro is given for anxiety or depression or depression. And to be honest, the people it's kind of one of those medications that if you're not really sure what's going on, you give them Lexapro. That in itself could be a problem, obviously, but yes, if you're supposed to, there are different reports. One is that she was on the Lexapro and then she changed to something else. And then there have been other reports that she was on something else and then they changed her to Lexapro. So I don't know what the order of this. But when you change medication, you do have to do it very carefully. You have to titrate one medication down slowly and then begin the other one more, slowly as well. So, for example, if she was on Lexapro and really she had some kind of psychosis and should have been on a medication that was an antipsychotic, because in fact they're saying that in the jail she's been hearing voices. So, her psychiatric background is not very clear at this point. One, because the records, they haven't really done a full evaluation, particularly in regard to not guilty by reason of insanity. But there are records from different places where she was getting treatment, and So we don't know that yet. That is something that is being put together by the defense.
James, is there any more information regarding her mental status, either as a young child or closer to the time of the shooting?
Not really, but I'd like to add something to what she said. And if she wants to discuss this, feel free to. Her attorney testified in court that she had switched to Lexapro 5 days before the murder. My question is everybody's assuming, well, maybe the Lexapro caused it to happen. What about her withdrawal? They said she was using another drug before. What about withdrawal from the previous drug created these feelings within her? I don't know. She's the expert. What do you think, Doc?
Well, yes, it certainly could be something where it was the switching over was not done properly, but it also could be something that she was on an antipsychotic before, and then some doctor in his wisdom thought, oh, well, she doesn't need an antipsychotic. Let's just give her Lexapro. And she really did need an antipsychotic. So I don't know, but that's something that does happen sometimes.
And how important, Dr. Carol Lieberman, is that issue and determining the medications and determining the amounts and how you go from one medication to the other? Could that be sort of the linchpin in trying to understand what was going on inside of her mind?
That plus whatever her real diagnosis is.
So,
Vinny?
Go ahead, James. We have information on that?
I'd like to add to what she was saying, because I think you hit on something, and it went on in court today, which is this is why the judge and the prosecution was getting aggravated with the defense. The defense has yet to provide them with any medical records whatsoever. In fact, Judge Arthur says, look, if she's suffering from a mental illness, from medication, we need to know that, because she may not need to be in jail if that's the case. But we don't know that if you're not giving this to us. So, and they first asked them to provide their medical records several months ago. The attorney, one of her defense attorneys, pretty much blew off the order, and two judges now have admonished them for that. But the whole argument today was over the fact that the defense has still not provided any discovery whatsoever, and it's due by the close of business tomorrow. Now, why that's important also is they were talking about plea offers. Now, if you're going to discuss this later, just let me know.
Oh, we will. We're going to get deep into that in just a moment.
Okay, I'll go back to that, okay? You get what I'm saying.
Absolutely. I want to take a look at this because the defense made a motion for a bond reduction, and there's some facts here, Dr. Carly, I want you to take into consideration. We're trying to figure out the why of this because it's clear that she was smart. Carly was an honor roll student of the year at Northwest Rankin High School prior to her arrest. The mind of a child who is extremely smart, but may be suffering from some condition, how do those two things mix together? Do they reveal anything about the child?
Well, it mix together in a number of different ways. One way is that a child who's super intelligent can try to hide some of the signs of mental illness. Another way that it could mask or mesh together is that, which I think might be the case here, is that you don't expect a child who's that intelligent to have mental illness, but certainly they can. And, I just want to say, I was watching that today too, about what happened in court. I'm kind of disappointed in the defense because they seem to be letting this mental illness aspect get away from them. I don't know why they let the prosecution be the one to hire a mental health expert to evaluate for competency. Why didn't they have? Usually that both sides have a psychiatrist or a psychologist evaluate for competency. I don't know why the defense just let that go. And now also, yes, they're letting their psychiatrists, take too long to give some kind of a report. And yes, it's a woman, a psychologist was on the stand, and she said that she has sort of recused herself in a way because since medications play such a role, it's really something that a psychiatric expert witness would deal with.
Exactly. And as we try to get to the answer of why this happened, it seems that is the missing piece, is the history, the psychotic history, the exact medicine, what the diagnosis, and then ultimately what her state of mind was on that day. And those questions, I believe, still remain unanswered. So I don't know if we can answer that question right now, but I do want to thank Dr. Carol Lieberman for joining us, giving us great insight as always. James is going to stay with us because I know he wants to get in on this. Coming up next, how should the system treat her?
It only goes a couple of ways. If a jury finds that she's guilty and fixes the punishment, life is life.
WNBA is on IR this week. Features an Eastern Coffee.
She is 15 years old. Her mental maturity and physical maturity, present mental state, I've heard no adverse information concerning that at this point, although I do note that it has been brought to the attention of the court that you have an excellent academic record, which is good, but I've had nothing negative up to today, which we may have more information presented today. The other criteria, the nature and circumstances of the alleged offense, obviously a murder charge and attempted murder charge are extremely violent charges, and they are held in the most serious circumstances here.
The judge there really putting a lot of perspective on the case of Carly Gregg, right? She's young, she's 15. She does well in school. Well, she's smart. She's achieving in school. Like, she's sitting down, she's getting work done, doing what students and children are supposed to do, right? But on the other hand, these are really serious charges: murder of your mother, attempted murder of your stepfather. So this case, putting some context into this case as to what could happen here, the judge also laid that out in court. Let's take a listen.
This only goes a couple of ways. If a jury finds that she's guilty and fixes the punishment, life is life. If they can't fix the punishment, I have to decide. It's a minimum of 20 to 40 years. If the jury finds her not guilty by reason of insanity, she goes to Whitfield for some indeterminate period of time. Could be a week, could be 10 years, don't know. But come this Thursday, Ms. Gregg needs to understand it's out of her control. The state needs to understand you're not coming to me after the deadline and saying, well, we'd like to clear 25, 30 years. I'm not doing that. This Thursday, 5 o'clock, she's either going to enter a pretrial conference checklist or a guilty plea petition. I don't care which she is. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Is that clear to the defense?
It is.
All right. We have anything further? It's last time on state.
Nothing from state.
Not defense. Nothing. All right. We'll be in recess.
There's a couple different ways this can go as we look at Carly Gregg inside the courtroom. I mean, you're talking about the rest of your life behind bars. You're talking about potentially being put into a facility for an indeterminate amount of time. Completely different outcomes. Will there be some agreement between the prosecution and defense? That brings me to my next question, and I think it's a real important one as we watch her walk out of that courtroom. Again, she's 15, murder, attempted murder. Looks like she's 10 years old. So let's get to that next question, which is really the ultimate question for our system of justice, which is how should the system treat her in light of the things that are going in different directions? Her youth, her intellect, her potential mental problems that she has as well, in light of the charges, which are as serious as they get. Still with me, James Hendricks, and joining us, Chief Public Defender, Oakland County, Michigan, who represented the Oxford school shooter, Paulette Lofton, is with us. Paulette, I'll begin with you. Your initial take on this case and how our system, like I believe it's all of our system, right? It's the public system. Mm-hmm. How should they treat someone like this who is now 15, was 14, may have some sort of a history here? What are your thoughts?
These facts sound eerily similar. This is so difficult, and judges across the nation are struggling with it. Adolescent brain science is very new. It was recently just argued in the Supreme Court. At 14 years old, she's an adolescent. She's not even a teenager. And the studies that have been done on the difference between an adolescent's brain and an adult brain really make strong arguments for judges to consider not imposing a life sentence. Because what do we do with adolescents like this? We are going to just throw the key away for the rest of their life. It's such a hard call because, yes, in this case, there are really, really difficult facts. The lying in wait, the fact that she was intelligent, that she was smart, the fact that she called her friend over and was even bragging about it. So there are really difficult facts. I'm hoping that
there's a premeditation aspect to this as well, in my opinion, obviously. as you guys will obviously see and hear. But I truly feel that there's a premeditation thing by asking the stepfather to come home, blah blah blah, so on and so forth. That should be added to that as well.
That they do not choose to go to trial on this. It does sound like the prosecutor may offer something, which I definitely think would be her best bet. But again, what happens? You send her to prison, you get minimal counseling, you're given medication there, but are you really rehabilitated? And I don't think there's a good answer. I don't think the United States has a good answer for people of this age who commit crimes like she did.
James, let me ask you about locally. You have your hand on the pulse of the community. Is there clamoring for one result versus another in this case?
Everything I hear from my readers, from the public out there, is if she's guilty, then she should be in prison for a long time, probably life. We had a case, you remember 25 years ago, Luke Woodham, he was the first school shooter, remember him? Pearl High School. And he was only 17 years old, killed 4 people, including his own mother in that case, burned his dog to death. And guess what? He's serving life. Now, thanks to the Supreme Court, he has a chance at parole, but he'll never get it. I mean, she's raising good points, but there's a flip side here, okay? We're looking at life, but remember a couple of years ago over in D.C. where these 2 girls, they were in their teens, killed the cab driver. He was a father, I think grandfather. And by the time they turn 21, they're going to be set free, slates wiped clean. Nobody wants to see that either. So there's a balance somewhere. Also, she is given a bond for $1 million. Most of the time in Rankin County, murder suspects don't get bonds. Just saying.
We have about 20 seconds here, Paulette. What are your thoughts about the possibility of a mental disease or defect type of defense? Do you think something like that could happen in this case?
Even if she was bonded out, where the hell is she going to go? A children, like who's she going to stay with?
If it was her choice, just my opinion, she'd go stay with her stepdad, but
probably, but that we know that's not healthy. Wow.
I do think it could happen. It is a pretty high bar, especially if they don't have a defense expert secured yet.
Oh yeah, the biological dad, right? I forgot about that. I'm sorry.
Or had already reached this decision or opinion, which if the deadline is so soon, you would definitely think that that expert would already have a report in the court and the prosecutor would already be reviewing it. But definitely the fact that she has a history of mental health issues, she was on medication, I definitely think it is a possibility.
All right, Paulette Lofton, appreciate your insight. James Hendricks, great reporting. Thank you so much for helping us out through this story. As Paulette said, there's a cry in our society to not just throw away the key when a child commits the ultimate crime. But there's also, I think, a little bit of a balance here, right? You have to balance the punishment versus the safety of the community. You also have to balance the treatment of the child versus the safety of society. I just hope they strike the right balance, and perhaps it'll be an agreement, or maybe a jury will do that. In the meantime, I'm Vinny Politan. You know we'll keep digging for answers as the investigation continues.
All right. So there's that to start off with, guys. Mom, what do you think of this case so far? Like, what are your thoughts on this?
I think there was lots of red flags, and like if you do have a child that's struggling with mental illness, get them some help. Don't just fill them full of medications. Like, that's just my personal opinion, because a lot of these medications can have really bad effects. Like, I was on Prozac, and I don't even freaking remember what the other ones were, but I was taking like a whole slew of medications, and I wasn't myself. Like, I'll be the first one to admit it. I was not myself. Like, and my therapist was like, get a journal and write in a journal. And years later, you know, when I put it all down and chose natural resources, I picked that journal up and I read it, and I thought I was a freaking monster in my head.
Yeah.
Like, the thoughts and the, you know, the stuff that I had wrote in that journal was just, it was not my personality. So
right.
I have a big no opinion of medications. Because I mean, they affect everybody differently, but there's so many other routes that you can go.
Well, I'm kind of torn with this. Okay, I agree with you in some senses because of how they do affect people. But my son, for instance, with the issues he has, he cannot focus whatsoever if he's not taking the methylphenidate that he's on. Now, like you said, different medications affect people in different ways. Different medications are absorbed in different ways. They give reactions in different ways. I'm sorry. Anyway, if Caden did not have the methylphenidate, he'd have no education, none, because he can't focus on anything enough to absorb anything. Now, he was just recently added a new medication to what he's on already. And I'm going to tell you something. Even when he was on the methylphenidate alone, he was still having a lot of trouble in school. This child brought home this is the first time in his entire life, and he's a senior in high school, folks, with the secondary medication added. He brought home his progress report for the middle of the first 9 weeks. He has nothing but A's and B's on this. There's not even a C. This child has never had an A and B on anything in his life, including the math that he's been failing. So I have to say that certain medications could possibly be helpful in those ways, but I do agree that they do affect other things and they can be dangerous. There are other ways, yes, but I'm telling you, with him, 18 years, we tried everything. This is the first and only time this child has ever been successful with school. It's calmed him down in a lot of ways. Once the secondary medication was added, the drama is he's not as dramatic as he was. And other things have started to open up for him. So I'll have to say that's how I feel about that. That's just me, though. Okay. But I do agree with you that some medications I think are dangerous for certain people. Chemical mixes, your medications mix in with your blood, and different people have different reactions. That's what I'm saying. So yeah, that I agree with. Or not your blood, but your brain chemicals and all that stuff. I don't think all medications are bad, is what I'm saying, basically. But there are some that can be kind of dangerous, I think. Caden takes these both in the morning, once a day. That's it. But I know a lot of people that are completely anti-medication. My granddaughter, for instance, you guys have met Juniper. She's so chronic ADHD. Neither one of her parents want to put her on any medication. Okay, that's your choice. I understand. Because they don't. Well, the mother's mother doesn't believe in it. Says it doesn't help, but I think it does if you get the right blend of medications. Okay, especially if you've tried holistic ways, natural ways, other things. We have tried all that with Caden to this point. You know what I'm saying? We've had Caden go on nothing, no medications whatsoever, and he didn't start medications till he was 7, I think it was, and that's when he was finally diagnosed with everything. But I guess each child is different in each way, so that's just my opinion.
And I guess my only other point would be, if you have a child in your home that is on medications and struggling mentally to be balanced, or has a chemical imbalance in their body, if you have a firearm in your home, they sell these locks that you can put on it.
Yep.
And
or a
put
box.
the key in your pocket, or put it in a
Safe.
lockbox, or so I mean, there's other precautions that, just
Yes,
my
ma'am.
opinion,
No,
that could have been been taken.
First thing I said as soon as I heard that was the first issue I had right out of the gate. Hey, Drifty, good to see you tonight, dear. Hope you're feeling better. That should not have been in that home. Period. If you have a child that's on medication for anything, that's been diagnosed with anything, let's just say this. If you have a child, there should not be a loaded handgun that's accessible to that child, period, at any age, because curiosity is a fact. No, I understand completely. Welcome, Miss Barbara. Good to see you. That's part of Caden's problem. His mind goes nonstop. The kid could not sleep for years. It would not stop. Therefore, he couldn't stay asleep. Melatonin, we gave him multiple things for that too, and finally took him off of everything until we got to melatonin. And then at some point he didn't even need that, because then he started using the energy that he had in a different way, and it would wear him out, and then he would finally sleep. Thank God. But still, no, I absolutely understand, Miss Barbara, especially with what you've been through. I'm sure your mind never stops. So, absolutely understood, and much love to you, my dear. Thank you so much for being here tonight. Yeah, I agree with you, Mom, on that one. Believe me, if I didn't have to, I should have been put on medication when I was younger, but they didn't know what I was. According to my mother, they didn't know what this was or what that is. Back in 1972, 73, and 74, they didn't know what chronic ADHD or what the levels of autism were or what it truly was at that point. We were just bad kids. Period. That's all there was. You know, it was just you're just a bad child. You're a bad seed. You need your ass whooped, blah, blah, blah. Things like that. I wish to God I could have been put on a medication. I would have done better in school. I could have focused better with different things. When I was in 5th grade, I was tested out at a college level, a college educational level, college level education. I'm saying, you guys think you know what I mean, but anyway, very smart, but I didn't know how to use it because of my ADHD level was so high. In turn, I'm probably on the spectrum, just like he is. But there was never a diagnosis for that back then. I was just a bad kid, period. And my mom even said, you know, I wish we could have had you diagnosed, put on medication, and it could have changed your educational patterns around, and things could have been different for you in your life. It would have been easier for you, you know, but there was none of that then. So it's hard to understand it at our levels. Based on what we've learned and how we grew up is all I'm saying. So, and I still have bad anxiety. I'm one of those people that, and I know I catch myself doing it. My feet are always moving. My hands are always moving. You guys know how much I talk. I'm always chewing like on my lip. I catch myself clenching my jaws together on a regular basis. I know I grip my teeth. That's all a generalized anxiety symptom, okay? I've done this my whole life, you guys, and it's part of the anxiety that comes from the ADHD. It's really bad sometimes. I get angry about things that make no sense. If my shoes, I don't get angry, but like if you take your shoes off and you like set them in a certain place by the door or something like that, if they're not facing the way that you would wear them on your feet and they're backwards, it weirds me out, guys. I'm very OCD. All of those things I wish I could have been medicated for possibly, and it would have calmed me down. I mean, I dealt with it all my whole life, and I learned how to get through some of it. This helps in a lot of ways because I can spew everything, you know, but that's why sometimes you guys will hear me saying things like, sometimes I'll catch myself. I'll put words into a sentence that don't fit. Do you know what I mean by that, Mom?
Yep, I do.
I do that a lot, okay? And then I have to go back and go, no, I didn't mean it like that. Or, my brain is talking faster than my mouth is. Does that make sense? That's what's going on. So, and it's frustrating as all hell. That's why I forget things. You know, it's nuts. But not only that, and I had brain surgery too. That doesn't help. But just saying. But anyway, this next segment we're going to cut into. This is when they brought the stepfather on the stand to testify. We're watching this for specific reasons here. Okay. First off, I want you to watch him and her, and listen to what he says. It's kind of wild. Oh, yeah. I was told I should probably have had that, but I don't like surgeries, Barbara, so that's another reason why I have anxiety. When I had the brain surgery, that was the most major surgery I ever had. I woke up at the very end of it. I shouldn't have, and I sat up, and I tried to breathe in. I couldn't. I was already breathing. They had a ventilator thing breathing for me, and I pulled that out of my mouth. They had to inject me with some more stuff, lay me back down, put that back in, and finish everything up. Ever since then, I have had horrible anxiety about certain things. So I don't know if it was because I did that or if it was whatever they did up here changed something. I don't know. Or you can't pronounce words sometimes because oh yeah, big time, Barbara. I just did that a little bit ago. Same thing. So yes. Oh wow. Thank you, Mama Duck. Please do, because I have horrible neuropathy. Thank you.
Let's see. Just yourself on the block. You understand that you're now under oath and are interested in sworn answers on the felony charge?
Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
If you would introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen.
My name's Heath Smiley.
And Heath, we've met before today, that's right?
Yes, ma'am.
If you would, though, these ladies and gentlemen don't know you. So if you would just kind of tell them a little bit about how old you are.
39 years old. I'm a physical therapy assistant, and I've been Carly's stepdad for, it was almost, I guess, 3.5 years.
Tell me, excuse me, Heath, prior to March 19, 2024, who were you married to?
Ashley Smiley.
And when did you and Ashley Smiley meet?
It was the spring of 2019.
And at some point, did you and Ashley Smiley end up marrying each other?
We did in June of 2020.
Where'd y'all get married?
We actually went up to Gatlinburg when things opened back up after COVID.
They like to take trips, be outside?
We did.
How old was Ashley Smiley when she passed?
She was 40.
And where did Ashley work?
She was at Northwest Rankin High School.
Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen kind of what Ashley looked like?
She was very small, about 5'1", 5'2", blonde hair, blue eyes, super nice, real smart.
May I approach the witness room? I'd ask you to look at that. Can you tell me what that is?
It's a picture that we took. I guess we were up in the Smokies somewhere. I'm not sure which one that one's from. Might have been last fall. I don't know.
And it's a photograph? Mm-hmm. And who's in that picture?
That's myself and my wife, Ashley.
Now, we'd ask that that be marked as the state next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection. No.
Be admitted as 7 all purposes.
Now, right out of the gate, I'm going to interrupt this a few times because that's why I'm showing this. Right out of the gate, I don't have the right to judge anybody based on their appearance, okay? And I'm not really doing it based on his appearance. There's something about this guy that bothers me right away. I don't know if there's something in his eyes or just the look on his face. I don't know, okay? I can't describe it to you. And again, it doesn't even mean that it means anything. But to me, there's something about him that makes me very uncomfortable. Just as much as I said it did with the little girl, okay? This is a different uncomfortable, though, if that makes sense. The first time I saw this man doing this, I was just like, huh, what the hell? And it was just an instant feeling. It's a weird feeling. Again, I feel bad because you shouldn't judge people without knowing people, okay, or knowing who they are. But there's something about him immediately that bothered me right away. Just so you guys know, that's me. It doesn't mean it has to be you. Just it's me. So, hey, Brooklyn, welcome. Good to see you tonight. Let's see. Okay.
May I proceed, Keith, I know that it's tough. I can't imagine what you're going through. But can you tell us, is the picture of Ashley that is in front of you, is that similar to the way she looked the last time you saw her alive?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about, you told us that, a little bit about Ashley's personality. I don't think there'll be any dispute that she loved being a school teacher, right? Loved her kids at school.
Yes.
Tell me about how much did Ashley love Carly?
They loved each other so much.
Previously married?
She had been, yes, ma'am.
And who was she married to?
Kevin Gregg.
And did Kevin and Ashley have any other children besides Carly?
She had a second child that passed several months or a year or so later from a genetic abnormality.
And her name was Natalie Gregg?
Yes.
And she had passed before you met Ashley, is that
Yes,
right?
years before.
What did you know about the relationship between Ashley and her ex-husband, Kevin Gregg?
Only some things that Ashley had told me here and there. Things didn't go well, and they ended up getting divorced.
And he, the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have seen some body cam footage of the day that your wife was murdered and you were shot. And on that, you mentioned that y'all were having some trouble with Kevin Gregg. Can you explain to us what was going on around that time?
I think he just liked trying to give Ashley trouble as much as he could through the legal system, any chance he could. I don't know exactly what all was going on, but she had acquired someone to try to get him back into court about possibly changing up visitation stuff again.
Had Carly ever told you anything about Kevin Gregg using drugs?
Yes.
So he was a known drug user?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to talk to you, Heath, about, you told us about how much Ashley loved Carly and that Carly was basically her life. Tell us about yours and Carly's relationship before March 19, 2024.
We were always good. We laughed and played and messed around, loved video games, and took her to karate stuff until she kind of got tired of that and she started going to guitar practice weekly. So I was taking her to that every week. We got along great.
You liked being a stepdad?
Yes.
Sometimes with children comes discipline, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you say, or how would you describe the type of parent that Ashley was to Carly?
She was, like I said, always thinking about Carly and just Carly's first no matter what. She would do anything in the world for her and would try to get the best for her every day.
Were there times that you and Ashley would have to punish Carly?
Of course.
Give us some examples of that, Heath.
She had troubles growing up with back and forth with the stepdad and everything. So she would always wanting to try to make friends at the house and around home. And Ashley was always trying to, keep an eye on her, make sure she was okay and knew where she was. And Ashley had to fuss at her a time or two about, you can't go here, you can't go there, it's too late, that kind of thing. But she never really, day to day, got in trouble, really.
I want to ask you, was there a time that a boy named Thad came over to y'all's house?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen what you recall about that day?
We were all sitting at the house and there was a knock at the door, and Ashley checked the doorbell camera and we didn't know who it was. Carly had talked to us about that and we knew who it was. We just didn't have a face to the name. And Carly saw who it was and didn't want to see him. So I went to the door and just said, I'm sorry, I thought he must have the wrong house, and came back in and shut the door.
Where were Ashley and Carly when you were at the front door with that?
They went around, I guess, into the hallway or maybe one of the bedrooms. I'm not sure.
At any point, did it appear that Ashley was physically holding Carly back from going to the front door?
No.
At any time after you told Carly, told Thad that Carly didn't live there, did Carly act like she was upset with you?
No.
Did she act like she was upset with Ashley?
No.
Do you think that she would have been mad enough to have said, like, she almost murdered y'all because you wouldn't let Thad come in the house?
That's not the feeling I got from it at all.
I want to talk to you about back in 2021. Carly would have been in middle school. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Were they living in the house with you?
Yes,
Carly and Ashley? Carly was in the 7th grade, I think, then?
Sounds right, yes.
Was there an incident where Carly got in trouble for bringing a knife to school?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about what you know about that.
All I know is we had ordered some stuff off Amazon, and since she loved doing all the arts and crafts and stuff in her room all the time, making stuff, I showed her a Swiss Army knife I had found on Amazon, like I had when I was young, and she decided on a color of one she wanted, and I ordered it for her, and she used it all the time in her room. And then all of a sudden one day, we found out she had it at school in her pocket and somehow got in trouble with it. And I don't know what happened, but they said they couldn't tell us much more at the school about it. And that's about all I know on it.
Yeah. So the knife was in Carly's pocket, not in her book bag. Is that right?
I was understanding it was in her pocket from that morning when she was using it, but.
And then you didn't actually go to the school for any type of hearing in regards to that, right?
No.
That would have been something that Ashley handled.
If she went up there for that, I don't remember it. She might have, I don't know.
What did Carly tell you, or how many days did Carly tell y'all that she had actually brought the knife to school?
I thought it was just that day.
What was the result of her bringing the knife to school?
They have a zero tolerance policy on that and sent her to an alternative school until I think it was that Christmas break and let her come back.
So she had to spend time at the alternative school as a discipline?
Yes.
What, if anything, Keith, do you know about another time that Carly got in trouble at school for cheating?
That was, I can't remember if it was this past spring semester or when it was. Everything is kind of run together on exactly when. But at some point, she has always complained to us that kids constantly bug her for help with schoolwork because she can do all of it so easily and she can explain it to them better than most teachers. And she got so tired of them coming to her for stuff. Somebody just dared her or something. I'm not sure what.
Yep, Doodle. I'm right. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. He does. Maybe that's what it was. That makes perfect sense. He does remind me of Adam Montgomery. Creep. Damn it. Sorry, guys.
And apparently the teacher had a book or a computer or something open, and she took a picture with her phone of whatever was open up there.
Was it like the answers to a test or something like that?
Something like that. I'm not sure exactly what now, but yes.
And then she shared those answers with other kids?
I assume so, yes, ma'am.
Is at the same school that Ashley taught at?
Yes.
How, from your observations, how did Ashley respond when that happened?
She was just upset that she had done that, and she, talked to her about, can't be cheating, can't be letting others talk you into things. Just going with the flow of kids is not a good idea usually. So.
Keith, were there other, we talked about that. Was there another boy that Carly was in some sort of dating relationship with that y'all knew about?
She had been dating Anthony. Honestly, forgot his last name right now.
That's okay. But you and Ashley knew about him?
Yes, ma'am.
Had he been to y'all's house before?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there any time that you or Ashley told Carly, hey, you need to end this relationship with him?
I didn't get into a lot of that. Ashley had talked with Carly about him and, some of the things that was going on, and they had supposedly ended it.
I believe you told, do you recall telling law enforcement that there were times that you and Ashley both would go through Carly's phone?
Yes, we tried to keep an eye on her.
Was there ever a time that you or Ashley took Carly's phone away from her?
So Ashley had the parental controls on her phone, and we got to where we weren't going to let her take it into her room when it was bedtime. We had to keep it like on the kitchen counter, or we'd keep it in our bedroom sometimes. But she had her phone most of the time, so she could be able to call or text us if needed. She might have not let her take it to school some days. I can't remember exactly, but most of the time when she was out and about, she had the phone, even if Ashley locked down some parental controls for a little while.
Why was it that y'all didn't want Carly to have the phone in her room at night?
She was worried that she would stay on it and messing with it and not sleep.
Was there ever a time after y'all thought that Carly had broken up with her boyfriend that y'all learned that in fact she had not broken up with him?
So Ashley worked at the school, and she told me she had still seen them, in the hall together, walking up and down the hall and things. And she talked to me about it and was like, she was okay with it and everything, as long as, it was okay and nothing harmful was coming of it for Carly.
Heath, do you recall a time that you and Ashley discovered that Carly had an iPod that she was using to communicate with people?
Yes, that was another thing that her dad had talked her into doing to get around communication. He was, I think, kind of paranoid about everything, and that Ashley might have been controlling Carly's communication with him, even though she always left those communication channels open, even when she locked down the phone.
Did it appear to y'all that she was in fact talking to her dad on the iPod?
I don't think so.
Who was she communicating with?
I'm not sure if she was communicating with kids so much as she was on like TikTok and some of that kind of stuff.
And y'all had asked her not to be on those accounts?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was, Heath, around what time of year?
I don't remember that.
Was there ever a time that you and Ashley learned that Carly had been cutting her thighs with a knife?
Yes, and I was trying to think of a time frame on that, but it was, I don't know when, several months back, maybe a year.
And Heath, do you know anything about Carly taking any sleeping pills?
Nothing other than she used to sleep like a rock, and Ashley always had sleeping trouble, and she would take a melatonin at night, and it was a week or so she had a bad cold. She was taking some NyQuil. I think she said that helped out some too. So
around the time that y'all found the iPod and Carly was cutting her thighs, is that about the same time that Ashley took her for therapy for anxiety and stress?
Within, I don't know, I think that was maybe a couple months, maybe before, it seems like.
Is that your understanding, though? That's what you told law enforcement of why Carly was in therapy, was anxiety and stress?
Yes, ma'am, or something like that. I think she was kind of depressed some days.
And I think you told them that there were times that you would go maybe to the therapist's office with her, but you weren't actually sitting in any of those appointments, were you?
No, ma'am. I went up there with them a couple of times, but it was kind of a little waiting room outside.
And you don't have any personal knowledge about any medication that was prescribed, do you?
Not until after this. I know she'd been on one and they changed her up to something else.
You don't have any knowledge on whether or not Carly was actually taking that medicine, do you?
She had been taking one a day, I think, until they wanted to swap her up to a different one. So I'm not sure on the time frames on that. I'm sure it's in the record somewhere.
Yeah, and I've been prescribed medicine before. Sometimes I take it, sometimes I don't. Did you actually physically see Carly taking her medication?
Ashley would have her go get it and make sure she was taking the whatever it was, one a day or whatever. She kept an eye on that.
Do you know if on March the 19th, 2024, did you see Carly take any medicine?
The 19th?
Yeah, March the 19th of 2024.
No, ma'am, not that afternoon.
The morning?
Oh, no, I don't know about that morning. She usually would take it in the evening when she ate,
okay.
I think.
Sorry, that was a bad question. So Carly would actually take her medicine in the afternoon?
I think so.
Okay. When's the last time that you saw your wife alive, Heath?
That was the morning of the 19th.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen kind of how that morning went?
Everything seemed just as normal as ever. She got up and went to work just like always. She would fix tea or something in the morning and get in the car and take off. Nothing seemed unusual at all.
Did you also see Carly that morning?
Yes.
Can you describe for us what, if anything, you noticed about Carly that morning?
I didn't notice anything different.
How would Ashley get to work every morning?
She'd drive her and Carly down to the school.
And then how would they both ride back together from school to the house?
Yes.
Did they usually leave, or on March the 19th, did they leave before you or after you that morning?
Usually a couple minutes before.
What about, not on the 19th, but on a regular day, would they get home before or after you got home from work?
They were always home before me unless something happened at my work and I was able to get out a minute early, which is very rare.
What time would they usually get home from school?
I'm not sure on that. I don't know. I guess school was out maybe 3:15. I don't know. And there's whatever traffic allows, 15 minutes or something up the road, maybe.
Typically, what time do you get home from work?
It varies. Usually I get out of work about 4:30, and sometimes I hit that evening traffic, and it's 20 minutes or so before I make it 3 or 4 miles to the house.
And where is your house?
Right off of Gulf Fanning out in Farmington Station.
That's in here in Rankin County?
Yes, ma'am, out towards the reservoir.
And the distance from where you work to where you live is probably only about 5 miles, right?
Yeah, it's not far. It's just morning and evening traffic takes a little while.
Do you know if Ashley and Carly were at school all day on March the 19th?
As far as I know.
I want to ask you, Heath, were there times that you and Ashley would text each other on your cell phone?
Yes.
Do you recall talking to Ashley on?
Am I the only one that's noticing like the way she's sitting there and like her breathing and her like muscles being like she seems to be tensing her muscles up and like releasing and stuff like that? Is that me or is anybody else seeing that?
It could be anxiety.
That's yeah. It's just like it seems like every time she looks up there, she's like tensing up and it almost looks like she's shaking in a way. You know what I mean? I'm guessing it probably is anxiety, but I gotta wonder: is it because he's in there talking? Is it because I'm just curious if anybody else is seeing any of this stuff, and it's not just me like saying because of what we're watching that this is what's going on. You know how our minds work. So.
From what I've heard, she just pretty much acted like this was just a normal thing until she got sentenced, and that's when she actually started showing true emotion.
Probably because she didn't think she was going to get charged, or sentenced. So, yeah. On the mic, good to see you, Dago, here. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Thomas. Yes. Good to see you, Mike. I love it.
On March the 19th?
I don't recall other than that evening I got a text saying she was going to go to the grocery store.
Permission to break some intern. Keep that handed back to you. If you don't mind, if you'll look through those messages, please.
Okay.
Do those, and admittedly, these are not all of the messages between you and Ashley Smiley forever, are they?
Right.
Does this appear to be a true and accurate copy of the messages starting at 4:30 that day when she's talking to you about going to Kroger?
It seems to be.
Now, are we to ask that these messages be marked as the state's next exhibit?
Any objection? No objection. Be admitted as such. It starts at, I think it says 3:20.
Right back to you.
What's the location of emergency?
This is the 911 call in this case, guys. The stepfather's 911 call. Moving forward.
What's all this have to do with me?
Trigger warning. Content may include sensitive or violent content not suitable for all viewers. Feel free to step out if needed.
Sorry, folks. I just thought I should do that just in case.
Oh, your daughter tried to shoot you? Yeah. What did she ask? She ran away. How old is she? 14. 14? Okay, ma'am, stay on the phone. Ma'am, stay on the phone with me. Just calm down. What's your name? Carly. Okay, calm down for me. Give me your name again. Heath Smiley. Heath Smiley? Yes, sir. All right, Miss Sarah, what's your phone number you calling me from? Did she hit you? Yeah, I got hit in the neck a little bit. Okay, so she grazed your neck? Yes, sir. All right, and what's her name?
Have a great night, Matahari. Much love. Thank you so much for joining us, dear.
Good night.
Carly Gregg. Carly Gregg? Does she still have a gun on her? I took it from her. She ran. You took it from her and she ran? Yes, sir. She was screaming something at me I couldn't understand. I locked the door. She's outside. I don't know what's going on. Which way did she run off to? She ran into the backyard. And went over a fence. Ran into the backyard and went over your fence? Yeah. What is she wearing? T-shirt, gray shirt and jeans. Gray shirt and jeans? About how tall is she? 5'2". About 5'2"? What color hair? Brownish. Brownish and short hair. 5'2" with... Back door, she opened fire on me. And was just screaming. Okay, just calm down for me. We got everybody in. What? She killed her mom. She killed her mom? Yeah, that's what I'm screaming about. Where's the mom? She killed me. Where's the mom? Sir. Sir.
You're muted, sir.
Sorry. This is rough, guys. I know it is. Thanks, Mom. She's definitely showing emotion here. So from the psychological basis of this, she knows what she did. Okay. Obviously, she calls a friend, has her come over. Do you want to see a dead body? Okay. Sorry, Mikey. You're a tough guy. Come on now, bro. And you got air conditioner now. You're good, right? Anyway. Then the father comes home, stepfather comes home. She shoots him, and then she runs. Does she feel bad about this? Is she crying for another reason, and it's being attributed to this? Is she faking? I don't know that she's faking, but I don't know that she's crying for this reason. This is odd to me because she didn't show any kind of emotion through anything else. Go ahead, Mom. Sorry.
I did not see any tears. I saw a snot waterfall, but I didn't see no tears.
Yeah, there was a little snot bubble there, but you don't see any real, like, hold on, let me check. Let's see. She's red-faced a little, but she was also putting her hands on her face. There seemed to be more there. She's making the faces like she's crying, but is she crying? You know? Puts her head down. I don't know, y'all. This is what I'm saying. This is the part that fascinates me. Is there emotion? Is she being manipulative? Is she crying because she thinks she better be crying right now? Or does she really feel bad?
Oh, no.
And it's hard to say. She's a child. So we want to believe that she's crying because she should be. I do. But I'm a soft serve, remember? So
Well,
just
from a
saying.
hard ass point of view, I mean, please don't hate me, y'all, but could it be because it's her stepdad on the phone? Like, could that be what triggered her to be like, oh shit, I better be emotional?
Maybe.
She's
She's
14.
15.
She's
Well,
15
she was
now,
14.
yeah.
Right. Thanks, Mom.
Yeah, wisdom, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I haven't watched the trial. Sadly, I freaking work all day and I miss all the trials.
Did she truly understand the verdict, though? I mean, she's smart. We know that. But does she get the strength of what the verdict was, in my opinion? Maybe that's why there wasn't the emotion. Maybe she didn't process that this is the rest of your life. You're never coming out of here.
Well, and you have to think, and again, I'm not the defense team hater. I know I sound like I am most of the time. But was this defense team telling her, you know, it's going to be okay. You know, we have a great case, you know, da 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 da. And then when it finally came down, that's when reality hit her and she was like, oh shit, I did this. I'm caught.
Well, she didn't really,
you know.
Well, you said she didn't really react until the sentencing hearing, right?
Yeah, I mean, I just watched highlights on Twitter, so I didn't know that she got like this or whatever this portrays.
She's 15 now, Mystery. So hearing the verdict as in guilty may not have that may not have affected her, but hearing the sentencing, Sherry said she smiled a few times throughout this that threw me off, but Sherry said she smiled during sentencing. See, I didn't see that. We'll see. But she is very smart.
I don't get to watch trials. I work 40 hours a week, so
right.
I have no brain power for trials after that.
I struggle with them because of my ADHD, to be honest with you.
I love trials. Like before I started this job, like that was what I love trials. Like I really enjoy sitting through from day one of, you know, jury selection till the last minute. I think the last trial that I watched all the way through was Adam Montgomery, and that's because I've followed, you know, shared, did whatever I can for Harmony's case from the beginning. And, you know, that's how I met PJ and a lot of other really good people. But some of these trials, it's hard for me to function enough to even watch a trial after I get off work.
They have to hold my attention. That's the problem. Like oh my God, we just had the guy with the red hair. Who was the guy with the red hair? The Murdaugh trial. I couldn't stay with that. I couldn't stick with Karen Reed's trial. The Menendez brothers, the Menendez trial, I was stuck on that one. I couldn't stop watching it. You know what I mean? So
I watched Murdaugh. I watched Murdaugh through and through. I watched that, followed it, watched it, interacted with people that were, you know, involved right there in town and in the trial.
Today's Gannon's birthday.
Daryl Brooks
was like watching a comedy show, so that was different. I watched that one too.
I could not watch it.
Oh well, see that one because it was all over the place, and that's my mind, you know. So, and I was curious to see what was going to come next with that. That's how I am. Like, what's going to be the next piece of this? So, now if it's a case that I'm really perpetuatedly like stuck on, of course I'm going to watch it. But I didn't know today was Gannon's birthday, so yes, happy heavenly birthday to Gannon Staunch. God bless you, little guy. The Murdaugh trial, I watched the documentary on the trial, but I didn't watch the trial. The documentary was interesting, yes, but
yeah, I watched the trial, the documentaries. Like I had the husband involved, like he was watching for the documentaries to come on at night, and I don't know, it was just something about that case that just grabbed me.
They watched it at my wife's workplace. They have TVs there for the people patients to come in and watch, and I guess they all watched it there too. But it was a lot. So, plus I didn't have time to watch it doing the other stuff I was doing in here and stuff like that. But it was pretty wild, I guess, the pieces I saw. So, anyway, sorry to interrupt. I was just curious. You know, this is where my mind goes with stuff like this. With this little girl not showing a lot of emotion in any which way, is she really feeling that emotion? Is my question. So, onward we go.
Brownish, just short hair. Back door, she opened fire on me. And was just screaming. We got everybody. She killed her mom. She killed her mom? Yeah, that's what I'm screaming about. Where's the mom? When I do this, she doesn't kill me. Where's the mom? Sir. Okay, your address is 215, correct? 214. 214. His address is 214. Okay, sir. Where's your wife? She's dead on the floor in my stepdaughter's room. She's on the floor in your stepdaughter's room? What's your wife's name? Ashley Smiley. Ashley Smiley? What's your problem, sir? Sir, I need you to speak with me, okay? Can you go outside the house and speak to me? Okay. Okay. Now, was there any problem going on with is it your stepdaughter or? It's my stepdaughter. And her mom. I don't know what's going on. The stepdaughter's been in therapy for a little while, trying to work out some problems in the home, and I didn't have to trust it. Okay, and you say your wife has been shot? I'm gonna let you speak with him, okay? Speak with him, okay?
No further questions, Your Honor. Does the defense wish to use the projector for cross-examination?
The defense has no cross-examination.
All right, you may step down, sir. Are you going to use that with your next witness? Yes. Before we go to the next witness, any jurors need a restroom break? All right, state may call its next witness.
State calls Deputy Hunter Lewis, Your Honor.
What the hell was that?
Okay, so you saw that too. Okay. You answered the question for me. That was weird. Hold on a minute.
Before we go to the next witness, any jurors need a restroom break? All right, state may call its next witness.
State calls Deputy Hunter Lewis, Your Honor.
Mom?
My first question is, why the hell did they make that man sit up there on that stand like that for that horrible call? And then my second question was, what the hell was that look? What was that? I don't get that.
No.
Was that disappointment that he didn't have to testify? Like,
yep, that's exactly what my thought was.
I'm just making sure I ain't crazy.
No, her face, she made that whole like almost like a confused and then like irritated type. That's why I stopped and went, wait a minute. And you obviously saw it too.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Hey,
That was
Jean,
very strange.
it was very strange. Hey, Bianca, Jean, welcome both of you. Good to have you tonight. That was
Did
off.
y'all see that? What's y'all's opinion down yonder in the chat?
Anybody else at all? Did anybody visually see anything? Well, Robert said her face said it all. Okay. That was definitely something I didn't expect. What do you think? I don't know, Mikey. It's hard to. I wish my wife was here watching this. It's hard to read her. Very hard to read her. Hey, Sweet Peach, good to see you. Thank you for joining us.
He was a 911 operator. If you don't know what you're judging something out, do not know. What? I don't even know what that was supposed to say, but
he was a 911 operator. If you do not know what you're judging something out, do not know about. I don't know. I worked in fire and EMS for a long time. I don't understand the reasoning unless they had him up there to possibly ask questions about the call. Maybe. I don't know.
But wouldn't they have their questions ready though? Like, isn't that part of being prepared is to know what the hell you're going to ask your witness?
I would guess.
That man
I just
was
don't
completely uncomfortable. What was the point of putting him on that stand to play a 911 call if nobody had any questions ready?
To have to relive it, yeah, because I'm sure it was hard. You know, anybody.
They already go through enough without. I don't know.
Right, I agree. That's why I'm saying I don't know why he had to be up there either. I get it. I don't think anybody was judging anything though, Pete. I'm just saying. I think we both questioned the reasoning for him sitting there, other than in case they need to have him justify part of the call. But to hear it doesn't make him relevant. He didn't say a word through that whole thing. That's all. She's on the highest dosage of mood stabilizer. Are you talking about Carly herself? Maybe that's it. Maybe that's why she's making the weird faces. Who knows? That's interesting. Yeah, there's
How do
definitely
we know what medication she's on?
Yeah, I haven't heard anything. I was getting ready to ask that actually. I haven't heard.
You can't just go out giving out people's medical information. Is that in an article? Is there something that I can refer to see what kind of medication she was on while she was in trial?
I was curious because from my understanding, I didn't know if she's taken the Lexapro that she was put on that they talked about before, or did they give her something new or different because of this situation? They have. Well, this is new for us, Peach. We just jumped into this, or at least me today. To introduce 911 call into evidence, he had to be called to verify it was. That's kind of what I was talking about, Bobby, right? Just to verify certain things. That's what I'm saying. They said Lexapro, but did they change her medication once she was taken in?
Right.
Did she go see a new doctor? Did they put her on different stuff to regulate her? Because, you know, who knows? That we don't know. I don't know that yet. We're just now jumping into this tonight, so there's going to be more to come, I'm sure, and I'm going to learn more. So at that point, I'm just not at that point yet. Or no, that's right. She was switched from the Lexapro to whatever the new Medicaid, or she was switched off of something else to the Lexapro. Isn't that how they said it, Mom? 5 days. Thank you, Jerry. That's right. Yeah. She had been on the new one.
She was on Lexapro for 5 days. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but doesn't it take up to 90 days for a medication of that form to start taking effect on your body?
The doctor says 3 months at minimum before you'll see any kind of results. Yes. Or feel any differences. They had to have her sign a HIPAA form, but she didn't have a legal guardian. Well, even through the considering what the situation was, wouldn't the stepfather be a legal guardian at that point, regardless of the situation? He's legally her stepfather because he's married to the mother. So then I would say that would be her next legal guardian.
Well, I mean, didn't her father have visitation rights over? So he
Yeah.
had to have some form of custody. So he would be the next
Yeah,
of
that's
kin
true.
that would have to sign any kind of documentation for a child. It wouldn't be her stepfather. It would have been her father, her biological father, if he had
Biological.
custody rights of her.
Right. I keep forgetting about him.
And there's also a grandmother in there. Isn't that who we were talking about?
I thought
In
there was,
court?
yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't. Oh, okay. Thank you. Like I said, I'm new to this one. I don't know hardly anything. That's why I'm going through it tonight. And learning. You know, I watched a little bit of this stuff and I thought this is pretty wild. Let's do it together, so on and so forth. So I'm learning as we go. Meds can take at least 20 days before symptoms, maybe even longer. Right, Mom? Okay. I thought it was, yeah. Okay. Yes, but her mother had all right. So the father signed away his rights, I'm guessing then? Okay.
Well, if he signed away his rights, then how does he have how does he have visitation? Because if you sign away your rights to a child, that means you no longer have any rights to that child.
Or was this just custodial rights? See, I don't even know anything about the father at this point. We're brand new to this. I am, so it can take up to 90 days, but typically it doesn't, Elizabeth, is what I think the statement means, yes. And Sherry's, Wisdom says 100% or 100, so yeah. Okay. Let's see here. Let me jump off of this one. Like I said, I'm just now learning all this, you guys. Let's see. Some of the stuff I know, but like these questions, I'm new to it all. I'm learning. He's drug addicted, didn't show for court. The father. Okay. Thank you, Peach. Again, I didn't know that. So the mother probably kind of kept her away from him, blah, 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 so on and so forth. Even though the stepfather did say that he was kind of paranoid, thinking that the mother did keep her away from him, but the stepfather said that wasn't true. So, okay. The mom had custodial rights from what I gathered in a bad bio-dad visitation, but then he didn't use it so very much. He gave his first interview after her trial. Okay. I'll be looking at that too. Thank you. All right, let's see what this here. Okay, so based on what the titling is on this was supposedly moments after she had shot her mother. Did you see that?
Yeah, I've seen this.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, no, don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. It's a lot bigger than on when I was watching it on my phone. Like I said, I caught highlights on Twitter of what was going on with this.
Well, she was looking. She looked around the corner looking for cameras. Seems to be, and then hid that behind her back as she walked through. So I get it. Okay. Yeah, let's do that again real quick just to be safe to you guys, because I don't like to surprise
Trigger
people.
warning. Trigger warning. Content may include sensitive or violent content not suitable for all viewers. Feel free to step out if needed.
And we'll keep that one running down to the bottom there. And thank you, Miss Sherry, for that as well. Those are beautiful dogs, by the way. Good Lord, they're gorgeous. I don't understand why she's hiding it.
Don't know. I mean, it's how do you not know that there's cameras in your home? You have a doorbell camera. Wouldn't you
she
think
knew.
there would be other security cameras in the house? What the hell's the point of hiding it? If it's got
That's what I'm
audio, it's
saying.
going to pick up gunshots.
Right. She knows there's cameras and she's hiding it because of that. Again, there's the premeditation too.
Mhm.
And so she does what she just did, and she goes directly to her phone, which is to ask her friend to come over. And the whole time she's hiding it right there. And she sets it down on the counter behind her, knowing that it's out of view of the camera, and picks up her phone. That's very like smooth, by the way, to do that, to think that way. See, you can hear the gun hit the counter when she set it down. This child is very smart. Very smart. Or she sat it on the stool behind her. I'm sorry. She keeps it hidden. She's singing. This is disturbing, folks. This is very disturbing. She picked up her mom's phone to text her stepdad. Thank you, Bobby. That's right. And to me, that shows premeditation as well. She's being conniving by acting like her mother to ask the stepfather to come home. I get you. I get you, Sherry. These poor dogs don't seem to know what to do either. So this was March 19th, 2024, 4:16 p.m. Yeah, the white dog seems to be kind of all over the place, and this other one seems to be looking around like, what's going on? There's definitely guilt here. There's no doubt of the guilt. Okay, that one I can't argue that. Did the other dog come over here and lay down or something? Is that why this dog keeps looking at the other one over here? Or is there something over here? Did you hear what she said?
I think she called the dog by name and said, "Stay out."
Because the dogs were probably trying to go to the mother.
Mm-hmm.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Return the exhibit to the court reporter, please. You can stand down, but if you're still under subpoena, you don't need to discuss your testimony with anyone. Yes, sir.
So the next spouse must have been when he came in the door and she shot him. Because she came rushing to the door as if maybe somebody was there. No, that would be her friend that showed up first, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
While he's exiting the room, do any of the jurors need a restroom break before we have further witnesses? Anybody? All right. State may call its next witness.
State Health Investigator Zach Hawk.
I apologize. Everyone remain seated when the jury exits. Let's have a seat until the jury exits. Y'all just knock and let me know when you're ready.
So she has a history of hearing voices and like people and things like, okay. Yeah. The gun should have never been that accessible. I have to agree with that one.
All right, for those in the audience, one of the jurors signaled that they did need a restroom break. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes. Stay, go on ahead and get your first witness. Get them on front row, okay? Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, there was that. That was kind of triggering per se, I guess. I didn't expect it to be that clean cut. It's all documented, but they wouldn't let it in the trial. Yeah, this isn't that old, but that's still. Yeah, Mikey, supposedly that was what motive was on this. That's what started the disagreement that provoked this, supposedly, about vape pens at 14 years old. So that's what is believed. But I personally feel there's deeper rooted stuff with this. That's my opinion, but It's a good point, Mystery, but there was nobody else in the home that we knew of at that point, right? She came in by herself. The mother was in the room. I see what you're saying. Okay. Gotcha. I muted it. Sorry. Another 14-year-old, one of the kids that testified. Gotcha. Okay. I don't want to waste time tonight watching him, but there's a couple of things I did want to pop up here. Hold on. All right, give me a second, guys. You know, I'm all over the place with this, but like I said, I came into this way late, and I just kind of wanted to cover a quick once over on this.
Because I initially, after I watched it.
Okay, so you watched that and initial it.
Yes, sir. I did.
All right. That the footage that you watched on there, is that a true and accurate depiction of what your body cam recorded on March 19, 2024 at 214 Ashton Way?
Yes, sir, it is.
Had that video been edited or altered in any way?
No, sir.
Your Honor, this time we would move this in as State's Exhibit 2.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Be admitted without objection.
What'd she just say there? She mumbled something.
Your Honor, this time we would move this in as State's Exhibit 2.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Be admitted without objection. S2.
And Your Honor, I would ask for permission to pose this to the jury.
All right.
Yeah, go back inside. Sheriff's office! Sheriff's office! Hey, come on, stop. Hey, come here. Hey, where's your wife at, bud? Where's your wife at?
She's down on the floor in that room.
She's where? Sheriff's office! Hello? That's I need medical here. Man, I need you to get. Hey, where's your son wearing? Hey, can you tell me what your son's wearing? Hey, I need you to talk to me. What is your son wearing? jeans and a gray t-shirt. She's got short brownish hair.
So jeans, a gray t-shirt, short brown hair.
She ran into the backyard. I tried to follow her. She jumped the fence and ran. She shot me in the neck.
But
It's okay. I think
she still have the gun?
it's on the kitchen counter. I think there's one light round left in it. I misfound her. I went in the back door. She tried to shoot me.
I need some gloves. Hey, he's saying that she ran towards Magnolia Place. Are you sure? He's brave, but he's considered. It went through his shirt.
They got me right there.
Magnolia Place, the gate is over there.
She went over the side back towards my vehicle. She might have looked around this way.
Might look back, going back towards the pond right there. Hold on, just a second. She does not have the firearm. The firearm is here at the house. He's been great, but he's too. She's laying in the floor with the towel. She's. That's all right. That's it.
Yeah, folks, that's why I showed the trigger warning before any of this, and I'm still running it now. A lot of this stuff is, people are affected by this in a lot of ways. This kind of stuff, I'm used to it, but that's me, not everybody else. And you shouldn't be expected to sit through this. If you're not comfortable with it, please feel free to step out. There's no obligation to this whatsoever. I completely understand. Gotcha. Thank you, Holly.
Will you take that tape right there and just go to the tree, from my car to those trees? Actually, go for the mailbox. It's a 357. Does she have any kind of, what's her name? What? Carly Gregg. Carly Gregg? How old is she? 14. She'll be 15 next month. And it's worse, she's coming towards the door. She jumped the fence, he said it.
Let me ask this question. Is it a positively known fact that her friend stayed outside when the father was shot? Is that absolutely factually known? Because they both took off after the father was shot running through the backyard, right?
I think that's what they said, wasn't it?
That's what I heard, but do they know that's a fact? I'm sure they probably do at this point. Just saying. I was just thinking about that just now, like I'm just wondering. I don't know. These are just questions now, you know what I mean? I honestly think that they are trying to use her as an example because of the brats that take pew-pews to school. It's a good point, Peach. The friend was in the backyard waiting. Okay, so that was proven then. Gotcha. Thank you, Sweet Peach. Kids no longer have a base of respect, no longer raised love. They have no fear of consequence, is what it is. Kids have, and I've said this for a year now or more, that kids have no fear of consequence anymore because there is no consequences for the things that they do. Kids know, teenagers know that the police can't do anything to them unless they hurt themselves or somebody else. They can threaten and act out all they want with no consequences until they do something. And even then, it's handled with kid clubs because they're children. So that's what the friend testified in court. Okay, thank you, Avi. I assume only the three of them know that for a fact, right? And that's kind of where my mind went for a little bit. You know, I'm just questioning that. That's all. They don't care and don't realize there's an afterlife. Well, hey. I can't remember the case of the guy who unalived his life and then tried to say that they got ambushed later. That right. I mean, these things happen all the time, mister. You never can tell. It's definitely got issues. A lot of it comes from the parenting, Mama Duck. I have to agree with that. I've said that too. The problem is well, not all of us, but there are a lot of parents out there that stop parenting and they handed this over and let this become a parent or a video game system or the TV set and stop being involved in their kids' lives. That's a lot of what the problem is. He shot himself in the shoulder, less fatal to see. Yeah. Yep. And I've seen like other stories like that, mystery, and I was just sorting through things, you know, in my mind. Completely agree. Kids rule the judicial system because we allow them to, but this poor little girl is sick and needs to be hospitalized, not jailed. I definitely think she's definitely sick. I'm just trying to figure out, was this something that was pre-diagnosed, or had they misdiagnosed her, and you know what provoked it truly? Was it just mental illness, or was there something that triggered that caused her to go into this? I mean, there usually is, but I don't know. Good evening, Danielle. Good to see you tonight. These are the questions I have with this. Truly, that's all.
She didn't go out the back door tonight. Is he the only one? No, we got one. She didn't go there. The back door is locked. She did not go out the back door. That's what he's claiming. Gray shirt, blue jeans, short brown hair. Hey, y'all do be advised there's several firearms in the house. But the one he's saying was used as laying on the table, but that doesn't mention it on it. We don't know if you go. All right, look at it. You going? Yeah, I got it. Nice, he's head to you. There was a white man walking in where I was coming in. She's 14.
It's a good question, Leslie. It's a good question.
Hey, buddy, listen to me, okay? I need to get some information from you. What is her name again?
Carly, C-A-R-L-Y.
C-A-R-L-Y?
Carly Madison Gregg, G-R-E-G-G.
G-R-E-G-G?
She's my stepdaughter.
All right.
Her dad lives in Sparkville, and we're having all kind of problems with him. He's drugs and stuff.
What is your name, sir?
Keith Smiley.
Keith Smiley? Okay.
Thank you, Steve.
She's getting a bachelor's of that. All right.
What's your wife's number? Name?
Ashley Smiley. All right. Have you called her?
Call her. Call her. Your wife.
I just saw another class and I ran in there looking for her.
Hey, how old is Ashley? How's your wife? 40. 40? Great. Hey, I need you to find an Ashley Smiley. Ashley Smiley, 40 years of age, white female. Also, I got 27 for the other victims. 801 151 suspect is going to be Carly, C-A-R-L-Y, Madison Gregg. Carly Madison Gregg, G-R-E-G-G.
Yes, sir, the top three. Right.
Let me, do y'all have to roll with him right now? Or y'all, I can't get a picture.
What I was going to say is, if you get anything with him, you do it.
Yeah. And, we don't have to smack him in the hospital. I'm sure. So, yeah. So I'm just, his wife is yeah, his wife. That's her name.
This is kind of what I was leading up to questioning. Does anybody know, like, I guess a couple people in here do believe it. Does anybody think that there's a possibility that the stepfather was involved in the situation? Truly? Mom, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, just from what I saw, like I said, from the clip that I saw of him and her, I love you, it was weird as hell.
Mm-hmm.
And it almost makes you wonder, was there something going on between the two of them?
That was like a plan that was put together, being that she was a child. She would take the fall for it, not believing that she would take a big hit, and then I don't even want to say what I'm thinking, but yeah.
And he was grazed and acting like he's been shot in the gut. I mean, come on.
Yep.
The dramatics are just a little much for me.
The more of this I see seems kind of strange, folks. That was one of the reasons why I was looking at this. Somebody sent me an email at one point and said, hey, you should look into this because I think this. Well, I wanted to see it for myself. And I got to wonder. And most of his testimony, did you guys watch his testimony? He did this the whole time. He didn't want to look nobody in the face. That's a flag.
And it's just strange to me that the only emotion that I've seen so far out of this child, other than the sentencing, was when he was on the stand and when they started showing this body cam footage of him. The first glimpse of him, she's grabbing the tissues again.
Mm-hmm.
Just,
I know it sounds sick, folks, but this little girl could have a thing for him. Okay. They could have a relationship, guys. We already know how this stuff goes. We've seen this before. And mom was in the way.
mm-hmm.
She would be charged as a juvenile. That could have been what the whole plan was, guys. That thinking because she's a child, she would be charged as a juvenile. She'd get out of this in 3 or 4 years, and then they could be together. Which is, I don't even like thinking about this shit, but I'm just saying, I've seen worse things happening and stranger things happen. The crying, that's why I was asking when anybody thinks about the crying. Is the crying because that's, you see what I don't like saying these things, guys, but it's a feeling that you can't shake unless you talk about it. So, yes, they were both looking at each other through the whole, hey, Teresa.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we do know sick, Leslie. That's a fact.
Yeah.
It is a possibility, guys. It is a possibility. It just didn't go down the way that it was planned, if that's what they wanted then. Okay. And I got to wonder, why was the friend called over then? It definitely seemed staged to me, Ray. The whole thing was staged, in my opinion. There was a camera that was disconnected, put in the fridge. She purposely was walking around almost like knowing there's cameras in the house, but she's hiding the gun. Then she's sending a text message. I don't know, JC. This is this is off a bit to me. I think this needs to be reinvestigated, like from the very beginning, as if it was a new case. In my opinion, she handed him that pew pew behind the wall. He was in the house behind that wall. Well, nobody showed. I'm sure there's video of him coming in the home. We just didn't see it. I don't know. Let's see what else we got here.
Okay, all right. This is their stepdaughter that did it. Yes. Go ahead and do what you got to do. So he's gonna, I'm getting information good. It's a 303.
One other thing I noticed during his testimony is, did you notice for a stepfather how uninvolved supposedly in her life he is? All the things he said he didn't take part in.
Well, being a step parent, and this is not my first rodeo being a step parent, I am well known for saying, not my circus, not my clowns, because some things I don't get in the middle of.
Of course, but this guy didn't seem to have any fault.
Differently than how the mister was raised, and it's his daughter, and he chooses to let her do things that I don't agree with. So a lot of times I stay out of it. So I almost wonder if that was a dynamic between him and mom, was
maybe
you came into her life later on. She's my daughter. You're my husband. There's the boundary.
Absolutely. Yeah, very possibly. That's a good question, Mikey. How far back in the footage? I'm sure they looked at all of it. Everything they could. Well, did they cut it out, or was it already cut out? I don't know. Probably them, because they didn't want anybody to see certain things, I'm sure. He is definitely different, Sweet Peach. That's why I put his testimony on stand. I want everybody to see how he was. He's definitely different.
The bio father or the stepfather?
Oh, the biological father? You mean the biological father or the stepfather, Sweet Peach?
Because just because you're a troubled drug addict doesn't make you a murderer.
That is true, too.
Shoulder. As of right now, this is him. She's actually smiling. She's 40 years old. And then the one we're looking for is Carly Gregg. She's 14. They've been having issues with her in the past. So this is a step up. So definitely, we need
stepfather. Did she say biting in her defense? I don't know what you mean, Leslie. The child. It's chopped up. Chopped up. Put blame on Herb or stepdad. Oh, I know what you're saying. Yeah, I get it.
Mystery got her eye on the stepdad.
I think a lot of people do, truly. Hell, I do a little bit myself, because he's definitely different. You know, something. So listen, if you were the one being shot at, Mom, and they just shot your spouse or your partner, child or no child, you're going to sit there loud and proud and tell them what happened. You're not going to look at I mean, I know people are different, folks. Some people are shy. Some people are weird. Some people are whatever. Now, watching him talk to these guys here, he's pretty direct with them. He's answering pretty well, considering what he just went through. And I got to tell you guys, I didn't say this beforehand because I didn't want people to come at me like I was the devil, but the phone call, the 911 call, the way he's screaming and yelling in the back. I mean, come on, folks. I've been to scenes like this myself. I've seen people upset, but that dude was like, something didn't sound right. It just didn't sound like he was really crying. It was weird. What did she say, the girl, for her? I haven't seen that yet, Leslie. I don't know. I'm getting there. I don't know. The 911 call, it was loud, which I imagine it should be. The sound of his voice was off to me a little bit. That's all I'm saying. The way he was sounding and the way he was projecting, it just came off.
Very high pitched and dramatic.
Yeah. Beyond that, yes. Sounded like Alex Murdoch. Yeah, it was a good way to put it, Mikey. In a way, it did. And the gun being out in the open, so accessible like that. Excuse me, nobody's that dumb. Okay, come on. It was like it was handed to her. Okay? Literally. Hello, John Connor. Are you from the future, John Connor? Are you from the past?
Or is it Walt?
I'll be back. Get to the chopper now. Too much moving around, like doing cleanup and staging for his defense, not hers. I got you, Mystery. I get it.
Anything else from him? If it's wrong with him, I said we'll probably send somebody up there with him. Yeah. Who you see that? Max? I'm thinking. Get a paper, you know. I'm sorry about that. No. You're fine. That's why I was trying to just like. So you're gonna want to see this? What? There's several dudes in the house.
He was on the mom's nightstand for defense from the bio dad. Well, okay. I don't know still if I would leave it right out in the open like that. Truly, because one, there's a child. Kids are curious. Even for defense measures, I would still put it somewhere that the child didn't have like direct access to it. In my opinion, that's either that or keep it on me. You know what I'm saying? That would be my thing. But
it'd be under my pillow,
under your pillow, under the mattress, in a holster on your hip. I'm just saying. I don't think that's okay. It's not okay to leave it out in the open. I don't care if you're defending yourself from the ex or not. Like, you got a phone, you can call 911, lock your door. And like I said, if you're that scared for your life, then have it on your hip, put it in your pocket, or in a holster or in your pants, your belt, something. Don't leave it on a table for a child to grab, especially a child that's possibly had, some mental health issues previous to this. It's in the house. It just doesn't. It sounds like it was put there on purpose, like it was a stage situation and a setup. Like, there it is. It's all yours. I just don't know.
I need to calm my
If I leave, it's going to take care of my dogs.
So we'll take care of that, okay?
You can let them in the kennel. We'll take care of
we'll take care of that, okay? Yes.
If I leave, it's going to take care of my dogs.
So we'll take care of that, okay?
You can let them in the kennel. We'll take care of
we'll take care of that, okay? Yes. Yeah, y'all take pictures of that so y'all have y'all's information.
I'm just going to get all this information from him. I don't need that.
Okay, all right. I got Reverend going to start this for me. What's his name? Burnell. Colin Burnell. Okay. I thought I recognized him. He's ex-Pearl. Yeah, Pearl and Flowood, all of them. They've been everywhere. Definitely better.
Works for me, it's gonna be use it up pretty quick.
Nah, I get it from Burnell. Yeah, they turn around. Y'all turn around real quick. You trying to take a picture? You don't.
I don't think 20 has 1 year right now. Oh, okay.
He said they've been having issues. I couldn't really get nothing out of it. I didn't really get much from him because he told, all he told me is she took, huh? Yeah, all he kept telling me was she ran out the back door because the back door's dead bolted.
What's the easiest way?
He probably kind of into either place trying to get him back.
Did he say the wife's name was Ashley?
Ashley, yeah. I'm into that.
Ashley Smiley.
Ashley Smiley. I just started the shooting back there.
Yeah.
Hey, Tyler, the gun that's used is right there on the counter in the kitchen. No.
So still alive?
Yeah.
That's it.
That's all who, she's in here.
No, I'm doing Juvenile on the other side waiting for her.
Did they say anything during any of this if they tested her hands for GSR? Does anybody know? Imagine they would, right?
One would hope they would.
I'm just, hey guys, we've seen things happen where they forget to do things and so on and so forth. I imagine they would though if they have her on trial and all this stuff. But yeah, I mean, just wondered if they did test her for the GSR and all that stuff. Regardless, if you guys want to go with that theory, she still could have shot him. He could have told her exactly how to do it and where. Point here, and knowing that, thank you, Mystery, knowing that, she's not going to get a straight. Then again, it could be, depending on how, I'd like to see the wound, to be honest with you, to tell if it was at close range or at a distance. If it's at close range, it would be really bad. But if it was a distance, it's going to be not a lot, especially if it was just a graze. I can't imagine him being able to do that to himself, though, unless he really, I mean, maybe. When the police located her, they did it. Okay, got you. Thank you, Bobby. She was found walking down the street covered in sewage water as if nothing happened. Police didn't want to have her. What did she do? Go try to hide in the sewer system or something? That's wild. That really fits her sneaky walk through the house. Yeah. Peach, do you know how long after this happened that they found her walking down the road? It didn't require stitches. Okay, so then that means he very well could have did one of these jobs, knowing that as it comes out of the barrel, it's just gonna deflect off the shoulder and graze. So therefore, if it didn't need stitches, here's the thing, though, Robert. She shot her mother and was dead on, obviously, with 3 shots, and had 3 shots at him and only grazed him once. And she was taken to the shooting range and knew how to shoot, fire, and handle a gun. Something's not right with that. Come on. That's weird. Mom?
Well, you know what I'm going to say? Here we have another child with mental health issues that was taken to a range and taught how to shoot a gun.
Mm-hmm.
My kids were given their first hunting rifles when they were 10 years old, which I grew up in Kentucky, which is a lot different than a lot of places. But my children did not have open access to their weapons unless we were hunting.
No, neither did Caden ever. When Caden has a weapon in his hand, we're standing with him and always have been, and we're firing at targets. Caden knows how to open a gun or tear a gun down, put a gun back together, safety, everything. He knows how to hold it, all of that. That was always taught that way. And there's never any access to the weapon at all. Even if he wanted access to it, it's not without my control. So he never has his own, even at 18, he still doesn't have his own personal, he can't access it on his own. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And he knows, and he doesn't want that. He wants me to be there for it because he wants to feel safe, he said. He said he feels safe when I'm with him when he does it, period. So, okay, I'm good with that. Maybe he was just moving and took off. I don't know. Robert, this is off to me. This is way off. I'm sorry. This just doesn't match up to me. Both her attorneys are pro bono and are trying to raise money for an MRI to show proof of mental illness. Wow. Okay. That's different. We have finger. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Those are the best ones to get. You can't really mess with that. The fingerprint locks, those are great. Her defense was mental defect due to change in her medication. I don't know how that even went. The medication change, Lexapro is not even that strong, you guys. It doesn't promote things like this that I've ever seen ever. I'll have to look that up and look into that to see if that is something that could even possibly be a thing. That doesn't make sense to me.
What? Oh, that's what you guys got his ass picked up? Yeah, I got it. Oh, sweet. Figure out where the fuck she going. Now this is Tom's case.
There's a bunch of gun cases and stuff laying out there. That closet's slim full of guns. So we know she may still have access to them. She's in there, Joe.
Let's go with the secondary thought that everybody's having about this case real quick for a minute. Do you really think this little girl would go through all this for that situation? Anybody? It was, Leslie. They had to put her on a mood stabilizer. That was different is why they said that. Right. Now I get that, but I just wonder, I really do. This little girl's very smart. Would she really put herself through all this just for that situation? You see what I'm saying? I don't know. That's what the prosecution expert rebuttal witness testified to. Gotcha. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I couldn't get nothing front door. It's through and through.
Leslie, no. Not on that one. Somebody in here was saying that, I think it's Mama Duck said that their gun, they have a fingerprint lock on in their own home. Not this one. Her personally, their family does. I would think she would, Robert. Unless she has some pipe dream or something like that that's going on in her mind about life after this. It's okay, Leslie. But Robert, I would think she would at some point, if that were the case.
He was explaining something to me about the father, because he's stepdad too. Okay. Yeah. He said that they're having issues with that. When you tell him me and Dustin's already cleared the house. Me and Dustin's already cleared the house. Me and Dustin's already cleared the house. Me and Dustin cleared the house? I'm talking every closet, under the bed. You don't have to go all the time. But Dad, he said she ran out that door. I know. But Dad might. You never know. I want to go through the house. I want very polite. I want to look over beds. I want to look in closets, behind clothes. Let's make sure she's not in this house before we exhaust a whole lot out of it. You're not juvenile car. Y'all, me and Dustin walked through and cleared the house. But I mean, did you look under beds? We didn't go that far. We looked in closets and stuff like that.
I'm gonna have to watch that video of him getting out of the truck. I'd like to see his mannerisms while he's doing that too. Robert Bell, not if he convinced her, groomed her not to say a word, and all would be okay. That's true too. I'm telling you guys, in the world today, there's so many crazy people out here that are doing things that are like something we would never imagine. You can't say nothing is possible anymore.
I quickly cleared it, but I didn't. Yeah, let's
Who was that? The one I was just talking to? Yeah. Nancy? Nancy. Okay. Yeah.
That's it for now.
So they wrote 30 pages. We're just talking about the dog's feelings. What? Oh, good God Almighty. Wow.
She's 14, so she's not going to have anything. But
all right, y'all. All right. That's what I'm saying, JC. There's so many people that are on Lexapro. A lot of people take it. It's a standard drug nowadays that people take that don't do these types of things. That's what I struggle with right now. I'm not saying everybody reacts to it the same way, but I don't even think it would be in her system within a 5-day period of time. It shouldn't be in her system enough to be strong enough to change her behavior.
No, it wouldn't.
No, I mean, it takes hell. I don't even think it's probably affected her bloodstream enough to make a difference at all, guys. That's what I'm saying. I've been on mood stabilizers and stuff like that, and I never feel any kind of a difference for quite a period of time, like months before I'm finally like, okay, there it is. You know what I mean? But there's certain things that I take for like anxiety attacks. The Cinepril, I've taken those for like to help prevent an anxiety attack. But all that does is basically make me so tired that I don't react, you know. But there's other things that just don't. A lot of this doesn't match up. It looks like the dude from this guy looks like the one guy from Scrubs, the TV show Scrubs, doesn't he?
It kind of does.
I'm just saying, an older version with a little bit of a gut.
All right, you good people. I have to go to bed. It's 2
Yes,
a.m.
Me too. I didn't realize I'd be in here this long, but this really has me fascinated. I'll be honest with you. And the fact
you
that
had me hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, sorry. I did it to myself. I figured a lot of people that hadn't followed this. I'm glad there's a lot of you guys that did follow this that can help with this, because I didn't. I jumped right into this feet first with no life preserver on, because I caught a clip of it and I went, what is this? Because I hadn't seen it. And I'm like, well, what the hell? I'll learn it with them. You know what I mean? But thank God that there's a lot of you in here that have covered it. I'm coming back to this. Don't think I'm not, now that I'm into this. So I need to find out the rest of this. And If you have an underlying mental issue like schizophrenia, it will trigger and would make it worse. Good point. Good point. Good point. So yeah, guys, we're coming back. Like I said, I figured we just scratched the surface on this because there's a lot. But thank you guys for joining me tonight. Sweet Peach, it was nice to meet you, and I appreciate you joining us. You're welcome to come back every time or anytime, truly. So yeah, we're gonna be back on this here soon, maybe even tomorrow. Anyway, because I want to figure this out, guys. I want to see what I feel after I realize everything or understand everything. I should say what my thought truly is at that point. But I have questions. I definitely have questions, and I got to say at this point, I'm not 100% comfortable with this little girl did this all by her own accord. So I'm just saying. Her attorney has an interview on Melanie Little that answers a lot of questions. Okay. Well, thank you, Peach. I appreciate that. So I have to check it out. Mom, thanks for joining me tonight, dear. Go get some sleep, and I'm sure I will talk to you sometime tomorrow.
Thanks for having me up. Good night, good people.
Yes,
Y'all
ma'am.
make good choices, and I will see you guys on the flip side.
Don't work too hard, dear. We'll see you
Never
soon.
that.
Yes, ma'am. Bye-bye. All right, everybody else in here, guys, you're amazing. Thank you again for being here. Thank you, Bobby and Peach and everybody that helped along with this. Because like I said, guys, this is my first time touching this. Excuse me. And I have a lot of questions too. And I want to see it from all angles. So I appreciate your input and you helping out with it, everyone. And everybody else, I appreciate you being in here, supporting the channel. And I enjoyed doing it with you guys and going over it with you guys for sure. The day this happened was the same day her friends went to Mom to report their concerns about her drug use. Aha. That's a good trigger right there. Email sent. Let me know if you. Oh, okay. Hold on, Mama Duck. Let me look real quick. Ooh. Really? Huh. Okay. Well, thank you, Mama Duck. I will look into that. That is actually one of my son's medications, so that's interesting. Thank you, thank you. Bobby, thank you for your input. Good point, Mystery. Another good question, Thomas. We'll find all that out. Mikey, have a great night, brother. I'll talk to you tomorrow. I agree with that too. Wildfire, definitely overly dramatic, but that could just be him. We never know. So other than that, folks, it was a great show. I've learned a lot on this, and I want to learn so much more. I'm definitely interested. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other, folks. Please don't change anything about yourselves. You guys are amazing moderators. Once again, great job, Blue Crew. Thank you to anybody that may have donated and supported the channel in that fashion, guys. We never expect it ever, but we definitely appreciate it. It keeps us coming here every single day. So thank you for that as well. Everyone else, good night, John Connor. I will see you soon. Thank you for joining us. Everyone else, have a wonderful night. Much love to all of you. Good night. God bless. And I will see you all soon. Bye-bye.
Down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right. Digging deep in the data facts, sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless. He won't stay quiet. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Streaming loud and clear, cracking cases, open hearts filled with fear. These channels are beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The flicks and the lights, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waits. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Hear the truth he brings. Typing at the speed of light, hunting down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right, digging deep in the data, facts sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Rises, streaming loud and clear, cracking cases, open hearts filled with fear. His channel's a beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the lights, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waits. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story he